Chapter 1: The Shimmering Veil. The twin-rotor transport helicopter, a CH-47 Chinook designated Nomad, beat against the air, its powerful turbines a defiant roar in the vast, indifferent sky. Below, the taiga of an unnamed Siberian expanse stretched, a dark green carpet broken by silver veins of rivers, all rushing away from their objective. Inside the vibrating cabin, Genova Valeria stared out a reinforced porthole, her gaze fixed on the horizon. It wasn't a typical horizon. This one pulsed. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer distorted the distant skyline, like heat haze over asphalt. Yet there was no scorching sun here. Only a pale, watery light filtered through a persistent overcast. The air, even recycled within the chopper, carried a peculiar metallic tang, a scent Kalen Makita, their engineer, had likened to chewing on foil while getting a static shock. Makita, hunched over a humming console of his own design, tapped a stylus against a flickering screen. His brow furrowed. "Pressure's nominal, but the M interference is starting to climb," Makita announced, his voice tight over the internal comms. "We're still 50 clicks out from the designated perimeter." Sorin Dragomir, seated opposite Valerius, made no outward sign he had heard. His eyes, narrowed and deeply set, were also locked on that strange horizon. Dragomir was a man carved from old wood and wire, his face a roadmap of harsh terrains and harder decisions. He had navigated 3 expeditions into zones of unexplained localized phenomena, or ZULPs, as the acronym Happy Agency called them. He was the only one to return from 2 of those. His silence was often more telling than any pronouncement. Valerius adjusted her own harness. "Expected, Kalen. The anomaly's influence has been documented to extend far beyond its visible boundary." Her voice was calm, measured, the voice of a scientist cataloging data points. Yet beneath it, a current of anticipation, sharp and bright, ran through her. This was it, the Viridian anomaly, the largest, most stable, and most stubbornly enigmatic ZULP on Earth. For a xenophysicist like her, it was the Mount Everest and Mariana Trench combined, a place where the known laws of physics were rumored to fray. Marcus Cole, head of their small security contingent, shifted his considerable bulk in the seat beside the main hatch. He meticulously field-stripped his pulse rifle, the metallic clicks sharp and precise even above the engine's thrum. "Expected doesn't mean liked, Doc," Cole grunted, not looking up. "Anything out there starts playing silly buggers with my gear, I'm playing back." Dr. Lena Hansen, the expedition's biologist and medic, offered a nervous smile from her seat near Makita. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Marcus. We're here to observe primarily." Cole snorted, slotting a fresh power cell into his rifle with a decisive snap. "Observation often becomes participation when things go sideways, Dr. Hansen. My job is to make sure everyone gets to write their reports." The shimmer on the horizon intensified as they drew closer, resolving into a distinct curtain of roiling, opalescent light. It wasn't a solid wall, but a translucent, shifting barrier that seemed to bend the sky behind it into impossible geometries. Colors unseen in any natural spectrum coiled and writhed within its depths. Valerius felt her breath catch. It was beautiful, terrifyingly so. "Approaching the veil in 5, the pilot's voice crackled, laced with static that hadn't been there moments before. All systems green for now. Hold tight. Valerius braced herself. This was the point of no return. Satellites couldn't penetrate the anomaly. Drones sent in either vanished or returned as fused slag. Only manned expeditions, shielded by bleeding-edge, largely theoretical technology designed by minds like Mikita's, had ever breached these shimmering walls. None had gone as deep as they intended to. Dragomir finally spoke, his voice a low rumble. The air changes here, breathes different. He wasn't looking at the shimmer anymore, but at the scrubland rushing beneath them. The vegetation was subtly altering, colors deepening, shapes twisting in ways that were not overtly alien but deeply unsettling. Localized atmospheric ionization, Sauron, Valerius supplied, though her explanation felt thin even to her own ears. The electromagnetic flux could be altering gas compositions. Dragomir's gaze flicked to her, unreadable. Flux, he repeated, as if tasting the word. He then turned his attention to a small, archaic-looking compass he held in his gloved hand. Its needle spun erratically, useless. He grunted, a sound of grim satisfaction, and slipped it into his vest pocket. The helicopter plunged into the shimmering curtain. For a moment, chaos reigned. The interior lights flickered and died, replaced by the kaleidoscopic dance of the anomaly bleeding through the portholes. A high-pitched whine assaulted their ears, vibrating deep within their skulls. Mikita swore, his hands flying over his console as warning icons flared red across his screen. Cole gripped his rifle, his knuckles white. Hansen squeezed her eyes shut, her lips moving in a silent prayer or perhaps a mantra. Valerius kept her eyes open, forcing herself to observe. The light outside was not merely passing through, it seemed to probe. She felt a strange tingling sensation on her skin, a prickling awareness as if unseen eyes were examining her at a cellular level. The sensation was not physically painful but profoundly invasive. Then, as suddenly as it began, the intense interference subsided. The helicopter's emergency light stuttered on, casting a dim, pulsing orange glow over the cabin. The deafening whine softened to a persistent, high-frequency hum that seemed to emanate from the very air around them. They were through. Mikita let out a shaky breath. Shielding holding at 60%, barely. Primary navigation is offline. Backup inertial guidance is. Confused, comms are shot. We are completely on our own. He looked at Valerius, a new respect dawning in his tired eyes. You weren't kidding about this place, Doc. Valerius offered a tight smile. The universe rarely is, Kalen. She unbuckled her harness and moved to the main hatch, Cole shadowing her. Pilot, find us a stable landing zone. High ground if possible. The hatch whirred open and Valerius stepped into the doorway, secured by a tether. The air that rushed in was thick, heavy with the scent of ozone, unknown pollens, and something else, something ancient and electric. The landscape below was a revelation. Gone was the relatively familiar Siberian taiga. In its place stretched a panorama of alien yet hauntingly beautiful terrain. Towering, needle-thin rock spires, impossibly balanced, pierced a sky the color of bruised plums. Vegetation grew in vibrant, unnatural hues, crimson mosses, indigo ferns, trees with bark like polished obsidian. A faint internal luminescence pulsed from the plants, casting an eerie glow. Strange, melodic calls echoed from unseen creatures in the twisted forests. There were no straight lines here, no familiar geometry. Everything was curved, flowing, as if the land itself was a slowly moving liquid. Dragomir joined her at the opening, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes scanned every detail with an intensity that was almost predatory. "This land is not sleeping," he murmured, more to himself than to her. "It is watching." Valerius nodded slowly. The data streams, the satellite images, the fragmented reports from the ill-fated previous attempts, none of it had truly prepared her for the sheer, overwhelming otherness of this place. It was a world unto itself, a pocket universe governed by its own cryptic rules. And deep within it, she knew, lay the answers she sought. The truth about this anomaly, and perhaps the truth about life beyond Earth, hidden not in the stars but in the last uncharted corner of their own planet. The pilot's voice came over the comms, strained but steady. "Found a plateau about 2 clicks northeast. Looks as stable as anything in this madhouse. Taking us down." As Nomad descended, Valerius saw movement on the plateau. Large, indistinct shapes shifted amongst the glowing flora. Not animals, she thought, something else. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a mix of scientific excitement and a primal, undeniable dread. The true expedition was only just beginning. Chapter 2: Whispers in the Static. The plateau offered a panoramic, if unsettling, view. Nomad squatted in the center of a relatively clear expanse, its rotors stilled, an incongruous piece of familiar technology in a landscape sculpted by alien forces. The air outside the chopper was cool, with that persistent metallic tang and an underlying scent of damp earth and something indefinably sweet, almost cloying. All around them, the bizarre flora glowed with its internal light, casting long, dancing shadows that made the terrain seem to writhe. "Perimeter sensors are up," Makita reported from his station inside the chopper, his voice tinny through Valerius's earpiece. He had managed to get a localized sensor grid active, powered by the helicopter's auxiliary units. "Short range only, picking up. A lot of noise, but it's not chaotic. It's patterned. Like a billion whispered conversations, none of them in a language we know." Valerius stood beside Dragomir at the edge of the plateau, looking down into a valley choked with luminous, pulsating fungi. Cole and another security team member, a stern-faced woman named Anya Sharma, were methodically sweeping the immediate vicinity of the chopper, their pulse rifles held ready. Hansen was taking atmospheric and soil samples nearby, her movements quick and precise. "Those shapes we saw on approach?" Valerius asked Dragomir, keeping her voice low. Dragomir pointed with his chin towards a cluster of obsidian-like rock formations at the far end of the plateau. "There, not moving now." He raised a pair of electro-optically enhanced binoculars. After a moment, he lowered them. "Hard to define. They blend with the rock when still, almost like statues, but they weren't statues when we landed." Valerius focused her own high-powered optical device. The statues were tall, slender figures, vaguely humanoid but disturbingly elongated. Their surfaces were matte black, absorbing the ambient light, making them appear as holes in reality. She could discern no features, no limbs, only a disturbing sense of patient stillness. The failed ascendants from Dr. Aris Thorne's theoretical papers, she mused. Thorne, a brilliant but disgraced ZULP theorist, had posited that some anomalies were regions where past sentient life had attempted a form of energy transcendence, not always successfully. Most of his colleagues had dismissed it as fantasy. Theories are comfortable in a lab, Doc, Dragomir said, his gaze sweeping their surroundings. Out here they have teeth. A sudden burst of static from Valerius's earpiece made her wince. Mikita's voice, when it returned, was strained. Something just brushed against the sensor net. Northwest edge, not physical, a wave of coherent energy. Cole, overhearing through his own comm, immediately signaled Sharma. They moved towards the northwest perimeter, weapons up. "Hold your positions, Marcus," Valerius ordered. "Kalen, can you get a signature reading on that energy?" Trying, it's elusive, like trying to catch smoke with tweezers, but it felt intentional. Hansen, who had been crouched over a patch of luminescent moss, suddenly straightened, her head cocked. "Do you hear that?" Valerius strained her ears. Above the constant, low hum of the anomaly and the strange chirps and clicks of unseen fauna, there was a new sound. It was faint, a series of melodic, resonant tones that seemed to vibrate in her bones rather than her eardrums. The sound was beautiful, ethereal, but it carried an undercurrent of profound melancholy, a deep, aching sorrow that tugged at something primal within her. Dragomir's hand instinctively went to the hilt of the heavy knife sheathed on his hip. "That is not an animal." The statues at the far end of the plateau began to move. It wasn't a walk or a crawl. They seemed to flow across the ground, their forms subtly shifting, elongating further, their matte black surfaces now reflecting faint, distorted images of the glowing plants. They moved with a horrifying, boneless grace, converging towards the source of the melodic tones, which seemed to be emanating from the valley below. "Kalen, are you seeing this on sensors?" Valerius asked, her voice tight. "Negative, Doc, those things. They have no M signature I can detect. They're like ghosts to the system. But the energy wave I picked up earlier, it's stronger now coming from that valley." The melodic tones swelled, becoming more complex, interwoven with high-pitched, sighing frequencies that sent shivers down Valerius's spine. It was a lament, a dirge, a sound of infinite loss. She found herself strangely drawn to it, a part of her wanting to understand its sorrow. Hansen took an involuntary step towards the valley's edge, her face pale, her eyes wide and unfocused. "So sad," she whispered. "They're in so much pain." "Lena," Valerius snapped, her own focus momentarily wavering before a cold spike of alarm cut through the empathic pull of the sound. "Step away from the edge." Dragomir moved faster. He grabbed Hansen's arm, his grip like iron, and pulled her firmly. "This place sings to your weaknesses, Doctor. Do not listen." Hansen stumbled, her eyes slowly regaining focus. She looked shaken. I don't know what came over me. It was compelling." The failed ascendants, as Valerius now tentatively identified them, reached the edge of the valley and began to descend, their movements fluid and silent. They ignored the human presence completely, their attention solely on the source of the mournful song. "What are they?" Cole's voice, usually so steady, held a new note of unease as he and Sharma rejoined the group, their weapons trained on the disappearing figures. "Remnants, perhaps," Valeria said, her mind racing. "Echoes of whatever lived here before, or during the change." She thought of Thorne's theories again, a civilization that sought to shed its physical form to become beings of pure energy. What if these were the ones who didn't quite make it? Trapped between states, their consciousness fractured, their forms unstable. The sorrowful music, was it them, or something they were drawn to? Suddenly, a different sound cut through the air, a sharp, crackling hiss, like a downed power line. It came from the direction of the helicopter. "Mikita, report!" Valerius barked into her comm. Static answered, then Mikita's voice, tight with alarm. "Sparks, something. Inside the perimeter, it's... oh gods." His transmission dissolved into a series of sharp cracks and a choked cry. "Kalen!" Valeria sprinted towards the chopper, Dragomir and Cole hot on her heels, Sharma covering their rear. Hansen, still pale, followed. As they rounded the Nomad's massive fuselage, they saw it. A section of the sensor net Mikita had deployed was sputtering, wires glowing cherry red, small blue sparks arcing between the emitters. And hovering just above the scorched earth, where a sensor post had been, was a shimmering, vaguely translucent entity. It was roughly spherical, about the size of a beach ball, composed of what looked like intertwined strands of living static. Tiny, almost invisible filaments of energy extended from it, probing the ground, the air, the helicopter's hull. One such filament was connected to the smoking remains of the sensor post. It wasn't one of the black, silent figures. This was something else entirely. This was active, inquisitive, and it had just disabled their early warning system. Cole raised his pulse rifle. Target acquired. Request permission to engage. "Hold your fire, Marcus," Valerius commanded, her mind struggling to process the new arrival. This creature, if it was a creature, radiated an intense field of electromagnetic energy. It pulsed with a cold, blue light, and the air around it crackled audibly. It might be reacting to the sensor's M field. The static entity seemed to contract, then expand, its form subtly shifting. The crackling intensified. More filaments extended, questing, and one whipped out towards the helicopter's landing gear with incredible speed. "It's not reacting, Doc," Dragomir said, his hand never leaving his knife. "It's dismantling." Valerius watched, horrified, as the filament touched the metal strut. There was a bright flash, a shower of molten sparks, and a section of the reinforced alloy simply unraveled, its constituent elements reduced to a shimmering, metallic dust that drifted away on the unnatural breeze. The entity, the static weaver as a name flashed in Valerius's horrified mind, pulsed again, seemingly satisfied with its work. It then began to drift slowly towards the open ramp of the Chinook, towards Kalen Mikita. Chapter 3: Unmaking. "Mikita, get out of there!" Valerius screamed, abandoning scientific detachment for raw, urgent fear. She broke into a run towards the helicopter's ramp, heedless of the crackling entity. The static weaver, this shimmering globe of sentient electricity, paused its slow advance. It seemed to turn its attention, if such a being could be said to possess attention, towards the sound of her voice, towards her approaching form. The air around Valerius grew thick, her hair standing on end, the metallic taste in her mouth intensifying until it felt like she was gargling iron filings. Cole, already moving, shouldered past her. "Doc, stay." He didn't shout, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He brought his pulse rifle to bear, the weapon's targeting laser painting a crimson dot on the weaver's fluctuating surface. "Anya, suppressive fire pattern if it makes a move for Kalen. I'm taking this shot." "Marcus, no. We don't know what it is, how it will react." Valerius protested, but her words were lost as Cole squeezed the trigger. A bolt of superheated plasma erupted from the rifle's muzzle, crossing the distance to the static weaver in an instant. The impact was not an explosion, but an absorption. The plasma bolt struck the entity, and instead of detonating, seemed to be drawn into it, causing the weaver to flare with an intense, internal light. For a fraction of a second, its structure became more defined, a complex lattice of interconnected energy pathways visible within its translucent shell. Then it pulsed, a wave of tangible force, not concussive like an explosion, but a crushing wave of electromagnetic pressure, radiated outwards. Valerius felt it like a physical blow. Her vision tunneled, her eardrums throbbed, and every nerve ending in her body screamed in protest. She stumbled, her breath driven from her lungs. Cole, closer to the epicenter, was thrown violently sideways, his rifle clattering across the metallic ground. He hit the side of the nomad's fuselage with a sickening thud and crumpled, motionless. Sharma, caught in the same wave, cried out and dropped to one knee, her weapon arm hanging limp. Hansen, further, was knocked down but scrambled quickly, her face a mask of terror. Dragomir, alone among them, seemed to weather the pulse with grim stoicism, though Valerius saw him brace himself, his boots skidding slightly on the ground. He had his heavy knife in his hand now, the strange, dark metal of its blade seeming to absorb the ambient, unnatural light. The static weaver, seemingly unharmed, even energized by Cole's shot, resumed its drift towards the helicopter ramp. Inside, Kalen Makita was scrambling backwards, away from his console, his eyes wide with terror. He fumbled at his sidearm, a standard kinetic pistol that Valerius knew would be less than useless. "Kalen, the emergency cutoffs. Kill the power to the main systems." Valerius yelled, her voice hoarse, pushing herself to her feet. If the entity was drawn to or feeding on electromagnetic energy, perhaps a shutdown would deter it. Mikita, his face pale and sweaty, nodded frantically. He lunged for a large, red lever set into the bulkhead near the cockpit door. The static weaver accelerated. It flowed up the ramp with an unnatural speed, its crackling filaments reaching, questing. One such tendril, thin as a needle, lashed out and struck Mikita's outstretched arm. He screamed, a raw, agonized sound that cut Valerius to the core. Where the filament touched, his sleeve disintegrated and the flesh beneath. It didn't burn, it didn't bleed. It unraveled. Valerius watched in absolute horror as skin, muscle, and bone seemed to dissolve into a fine particulate mist drawn into the weaver's shimmering body. The process was horrifyingly quick, a matter of seconds. Mikita's arm, from the wrist to the elbow, simply ceased to exist. He collapsed, clutching the ruined stump, his screams abruptly choked off as his body convulsed. Dragomir moved then, not with speed, but with a terrifying, deliberate purpose. He didn't charge. He flowed, much like the failed ascendants had earlier, his movements economical and precise. He interposed himself between the static weaver and Mikita, his knife held low. The dark blade seemed to hum faintly in the charged air. The weaver paused, its filaments twitching. It regarded Dragomir, or perhaps the strange knife he held. The crackling around it intensified. "Sauron, don't!" Valerius cried, scrambling towards Cole, checking for a pulse. Her fingers found one, weak and thready. Cole was alive but unconscious. Sharma was trying to rise, her face contorted in pain. Dragomir ignored her. He spoke, his voice surprisingly calm, though laced with an icy resolve Valerius had never heard before. "You are not welcome here, thing of whispers and stolen sparks." The static weaver emitted a series of rapid, high-pitched hisses. Its form seemed to tighten, its internal light growing brighter, more malevolent. Several filaments coalesced, forming a thicker, whip-like appendage that lashed out at Dragomir. Dragomir didn't dodge. He met the attack. His knife moved in a short, vicious arc, a blur of dark metal. There was no clang of impact, no shower of sparks. Where the dark blade met the energy tendril, the tendril simply ceased. It was severed not by cutting, but by a negation, a localized snuffing out of its energy. The severed end of the weaver's filament writhed for a moment, then dissolved. The static weaver recoiled, a visible tremor running through its form. The crackling sound it made shifted, taking on a quality of surprise, or perhaps Valerius thought with a chill indignation. It gathered itself, its light flaring. Valerius knew, with a certainty that settled like ice in her stomach, that it was preparing another, more powerful attack. Dragomir stood his ground, his stance unwavering, the strange knife ready. But before the weaver could strike, before Dragomir could meet its assault, a new presence made itself known. The air temperature plummeted. The ambient glow from the alien flora seemed to dim, as if a shadow had fallen over the entire plateau. A profound silence descended, swallowing the crackling of the weaver, the distant, mournful song from the valley, even the hum of the anomaly itself. It was a silence so absolute it felt like a pressure against their eardrums. And then it appeared. At the edge of the plateau where the failed ascendants had earlier stood, a figure now manifested. It was tall, impossibly tall, at least 12 feet in height. It was humanoid, but only in the loosest sense. Its body was composed of pure, blinding white light, so intense that it was painful to look at directly, yet it cast no heat. It was a cohesive, sharply defined silhouette against the bruised plum sky, a being of stark, terrible beauty. Its form suggested immense power, held in perfect, serene control. The Lumina Warden, Valerius thought, the name leaping unbidden from the recesses of Thorne's theories. A guardian, a judge. The static weaver, which moments before had seemed an apex predator, now appeared to shrink, its confident crackling subdued to a nervous fizz. It slowly rotated, its questing filaments retracting, its attention fully on the incandescent giant that had just appeared. The Lumina Warden raised an arm, a gesture of sublime, unhurried authority. It did not speak. It did not emit any sound Valerius could detect, but a wave of communication, pure and irresistible, washed over her mind. It wasn't words or even images. It was a feeling, a concept, an undeniable truth impressed directly onto her consciousness. Cease, this defilement ends now. The directive was not aimed at the humans. It was aimed at the static weaver. The weaver oscillated rapidly, emitting a series of frantic, almost pathetic-sounding pops and hisses. It began to back away from Dragomir, drifting towards the edge of the plateau, away from the helicopter, away from the humans, away from the silent, radiant judgment of the Lumina Warden. The Warden remained motionless, its light unwavering, a beacon of cold, absolute power. It watched as the static weaver, its earlier aggression completely gone, seemed to dissolve, its form unraveling not with the violent unmaking it had inflicted on Makita, but by fatting, its constituent sparks winking out one by one until it was simply gone. The oppressive silence lingered for a heart-stopping moment. Then slowly the sounds of the anomaly crept back in, the low hum, the distant, mournful singing, the chirps of unseen creatures. The temperature returned to its previous cool state. The light from the Warden, however, did not diminish. It turned its head. Valerius felt that luminous, featureless gaze settle upon her, and it was like being pinned beneath a collapsing star. There was no malice in it, no anger she could discern, only an immense, ancient, and utterly implacable will. The same communication echoed in her mind, but this time it was clearly directed at her and the other humans. You are the infestation. Your presence is not permitted. You will be cleansed. The Warden took a step, and then another. It began to move towards them, its every motion an embodiment of grace and impending doom. Its light intensified, and Valerius felt the very atoms of her being begin to vibrate, a terrifying resonance that threatened to tear her apart. Cleansed, not destroyed, not killed, cleansed. The word itself, impressed upon her mind by this radiant being, was more terrifying than any threat of mere death. It implied an unmaking far more total, far more absolute than anything the static weaver had accomplished. This was not a monster they could fight. This was a force of nature, or perhaps the will of a god, and it was coming for them. Chapter 4: The Weight of Light. The Lumina Warden advanced, each step an unhurried judgment. The ground beneath its incandescent feet did not seem to compress. It was as if its immense form carried no physical weight, or perhaps operated under entirely different physical laws. The radiant light it emitted pulsed with its steps, and with each pulse, Valerius felt that internal, molecular vibration intensify within herself and her companions. It was a deeply unsettling sensation, a discordant hum that started in her bones and spread outwards, making her teeth ache and her vision shimmer. Dragomir moved first, instinctively placing himself before the unconscious Cole and the injured Makita, who was now whimpering softly, his face a ghastly white, shock setting in. Dragomir's strange knife was still in his hand, but he held it differently now, not in an aggressive posture, but almost defensively, the dark blade angled downwards. He watched the wardens approach, his expression unreadable, but his stance was that of a man preparing to shield others from an inevitable blow. Sharma, pushing through the pain of her wrenched shoulder, managed to regain her feet. She fumbled to bring her pulse rifle back into a firing position, her movements jerky. "What? What is it?" she gasped, her voice strained. "Something beyond us," Valerius breathed, her scientific mind struggling to categorize, to understand, even as primal terror threatened to overwhelm her. The warden's telepathic pronouncement echoed in her skull. "You are the infestation. Your presence is not permitted. You will be cleansed." There was no room for negotiation in that silent decree, no hint of mercy. The warden was now less than 30 meters away. The sheer intensity of its light forced Valerius to squint, to shield her eyes. The air crackled, not with the chaotic energy of the static weaver, but with a controlled, immense power that felt like the moments before a lightning strike, magnified 1,000-fold. "We have to move them," Valerius shouted, finding her voice. "Back to the chopper, maybe the shielding." It was a desperate hope. The Nomad's shielding had barely coped with the anomaly's perimeter. Against a being that was raw, sentient energy, it would likely be tissue paper. But it was the only sanctuary, however fragile, they possessed. Hansen, her face streaked with tears, was already trying to rouse Cole, slapping his cheek gently. "Marcus, Marcus, wake up." The warden paused, its luminous head tilting slightly, as if considering their frantic actions. The molecular vibration within them lessened marginally, and for a wild moment Valerius wondered if it was observing, perhaps even curious. Then it raised its arm again, the one that had dismissed the static weaver. The gesture was slow, deliberate. It pointed towards the Nomad. Valerius didn't need a telepathic message to understand this one. A beam of pure, white light, no thicker than a human arm but brighter than the sun, lanced from the warden's outstretched hand. It struck the CH-47 Chinook not with an explosion but with a silent, terrifying efficiency. Where the beam hit the reinforced alloy of the helicopter's fuselage, the metal didn't melt or buckle. It vanished. One moment there was a solid structure. The next, a perfectly circular hole, edges glowing faintly, revealing the wires and components within. The beam held for a second, then another, and then the warden lowered its arm. A gaping, perfectly excised section of the Nomad, easily 5 feet in diameter, was simply gone. Smoke, or rather, a fine particulate dust of what used to be metal and composites, drifted from the edges of the hole. The helicopter sagged visibly on its landing gear on that side, groaning under the sudden structural failure. Their sanctuary was breached. Their only means of escape was crippled, possibly beyond Makita's ability to repair, even if he were conscious and whole. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through Valerius's analytical calm. They were trapped, utterly trapped. Sharma let out a choked cry. It just erased it. Cole stirred, groaning, his eyes fluttering open. Hansen helped him sit up. "What? What hit me?" he mumbled, disoriented. His gaze fell upon the Lumina warden and his operational training kicked in despite his obvious concussion. He tried to scramble for his rifle, but Hansen held him down. "Don't, Marcus. You saw what it did to the chopper." The warden took another step, then another. The vibration returned, stronger this time, making Valerius's teeth chatter. It felt as if her very cells were being shaken apart. She could see the others suffering too. Sharma was trembling uncontrollably. Hansen was pressing her hands to her temples, a look of agony on her face. Even Dragomir seemed to be struggling, his knuckles white where he gripped his knife. This was the cleansing. It wasn't an attack in the conventional sense. It was an unmaking, a dissolution. "The knife," Valerius gasped, looking at Dragomir. "Your knife. It stopped the Weaver's energy, can it?" Dragomir's eyes met hers. There was a grim understanding there. This is not the Weaver, that was. A wild thing, this is. Judgment. He shook his head almost imperceptibly. The knife, it seemed, had its limits. But he didn't put it away. As the warden advanced, now only 15 meters distant, Dragomir did something unexpected. He took a slow, deliberate step towards the incandescent being. "Soren, what are you doing?" Valerius cried. He didn't answer. He raised his knife, not in attack, but almost in offering, the blade held flat on his palm. The dark, matte surface of the metal seemed to drink the warden's overwhelming light, creating a tiny island of shadow in the blinding radiance. The Lumina warden paused again, its featureless head tilted, focusing on the knife. For a long moment nothing happened. The oppressive silence returned, broken only by Mikita's ragged breathing and Cole's groans. The intense, cellular vibration eased slightly once more. Then a new sensation prickled at Valerius's mind. It was the warden's overwhelming pronouncements. This was fainter, more insidious. Whispers. Thousands of them, overlapping, indistinct, like the M noise Mikita had described earlier. But now they seemed to have a focus, a direction. They slithered into the edges of her consciousness, not telepathic commands, but subtle, sibilant suggestions. "It is beautiful. Surrender. Become pure. The flesh is a prison. Let go." Valerius gasped, clapping her hands over her ears, though she knew the whispers weren't auditory. They were inside her head, weaving through her thoughts, seductive and terrifying. She saw Hansen sway, her eyes glazing over again. Sharma was muttering to herself, her gaze distant. "Don't listen," Valerius shouted, her voice cracking. "It's trying to confuse us, break us down." The Lumina warden remained still, its attention seemingly fixed on Dragomir and his offering. Or perhaps, Valerius realized with a fresh wave of horror, Dragomir's gesture had merely bought it time, allowed it to employ a different, more subtle method of cleansing. A cleansing of the mind. Dragomir stood like a rock against the tide of whispers, his focus absolute. He spoke, his voice low but carrying in the unnatural stillness. "We are not your enemy. We seek only to understand." The warden did not respond, its silent, luminous gaze unwavering. The whispers in Valerius's mind intensified, coiling around her thoughts, promising release, promising an end to fear, to pain, to the burden of individuality. She felt a strange lethargy creep over her, a desire to simply stop fighting, to accept the purity this radiant being offered. It would be so easy. A sharp pain in her hand. Valerius cried out, looking down. She had clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails had broken the skin of her palms. The sting of it, the sight of her own blood, cut through the seductive fog of the whispers like a knife. She looked at Dragomir. He was still holding out the knife, but his knuckles were white, his jaw clenched. Even he was fighting it. Cole was on his hands and knees, shaking his head violently as if trying to dislodge a physical insect. Hansen was now openly weeping, but she was resisting, her body trembling with the effort. Sharma was staring blankly ahead, a thin trickle of blood running from her nose. The whispers were a weapon, as potent as any beam of light. Then Dragomir did something else. Slowly, deliberately, he knelt, not in supplication, Valerius thought, but in respect. Or perhaps it was a desperate gamble, a gesture from a forgotten protocol of first contact. He placed the strange knife on the ground before him, pushing it slightly forward towards the warden. "We offer peace," Dragomir stated, his voice resonating with a conviction that seemed to momentarily push back the insidious whispers. "We will leave. Take this as a token of our intent." The Lumina warden remained impassive for several heartbeats. The light it emanated seemed to pulse, and the cellular vibration returned, building, until Valerius felt her teeth would crack. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a chorus of seductive oblivion. And then the warden moved. It did not take the knife. It did not acknowledge the offering. It raised both its arms. The light emanating from its form exploded outwards, not as a beam but as an all-encompassing wave of incandescent power. It wasn't an attack of focused destruction this time. It was a flood, a tsunami of pure, unmaking energy. Valerius had time for one thought: this is it. She closed her eyes, bracing for dissolution. Chapter 5: The Failed Offering. The wave of incandescent energy washed over them, and Valerius braced for the agony of unmaking, for the sensation of her atoms being torn asunder. Instead, there was pressure. Immense, crushing pressure from all sides, as if the very air had solidified. The light was absolute, even through her closed eyelids, a searing whiteness that blanked out all thought. The molecular vibration reached a terrifying crescendo, every cell in her body screaming. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the peak of the wave passed. The intense pressure remained, but the initial crushing force subsided slightly. The light, though still blinding, lessened enough for her to dare to crack her eyelids open. What she saw made no sense. They were still there. She was still there. Dragomir knelt before her, his head bowed, his shoulders shaking with the effort of enduring the energy. Cole was prone but pushing himself up. Hansen was curled into a ball, whimpering. Sharma was on her side, conscious but unmoving. Mikita, blessedly, seemed to have passed out again. The Lumina warden stood where it had been, its arms still partially raised, its light still overwhelmingly bright. But the all-consuming wave had, for some reason, not disintegrated them. It was as if they were caught in the eye of a storm of pure energy, the forces held in a terrifying, precarious balance. The whispers were gone, replaced by a single resonant telepathic tone. It wasn't a word or an image, but a feeling of profound disappointment, or perhaps Valeria's thought frustration. Imperfect, the warden seemed to communicate, the thought echoing in the silent spaces of her mind. The corruption is resistant. Resistant. Valerius didn't understand. Had Dragomir's offering of the knife, his kneeling, somehow altered the warden's attack? Or was there something about them, about their physical makeup, that was proving difficult to cleanse in the way the warden intended? The strange knife lay on the ground between Dragomir and the warden, untouched. It still seemed to absorb the light around it, a tiny pinprick of absolute darkness in the overwhelming radiance. The warden lowered its arms slowly. The intense pressure lessened further, though the air still felt thick, supercharged. The cellular vibration, however, did not stop. It continued, a relentless, agitating thrum deep within their bodies. Soren, Valerius managed, her voice a dry rasp. What happened? Dragomir raised his head. His face was pale, sweat sheening his brow, but his eyes were clear. It hesitated. He looked towards the warden, then back at the knife. The offering, or the blade itself, it caused a dissonance. A dissonance. Valerius looked at the warden. It was still focused on them, its luminous form unwavering, but there was a subtle shift in its posture, a sense of reevaluation. Then a new horror began. Sharma cried out, a thin, wretched sound. She was trying to push herself up, but her arm was changing. The fabric of her uniform sleeve seemed to be fraying, not tearing, but unweaving at a molecular level. Beneath it, her skin was losing its color, becoming translucent, shimmering faintly with an internal light that was not her own. Anya, Cole yelled, scrambling towards her, his earlier concussion momentarily forgotten. It's still happening, Hansen whispered, her eyes wide with terror, staring at Sharma's arm. The cleansing, it's just slower. Valerius watched, horrified, as Sharma's hand began to lose its definition, the fingers elongating, becoming wispy, almost ethereal. It was as if she were slowly, agonizingly being converted into light, into the same substance as the warden. But it was not a clean or pure transformation. It was grotesque, a perversion of her physical form. Her features contorted in a silent scream as the change crept up her arm towards her shoulder. The corruption will be purged, the warden's thought echoed, colder now, without the earlier note of disappointment. It was a statement of intent. The physical form will be unwritten. This was their fate then. Not instant dissolution, but a slow, horrifying transmutation. To be unmade cell by cell, their very essence rewritten into something alien. Valerius felt a profound, visceral revulsion. This wasn't just death. It was the erasure of identity, the ultimate violation. Dragomir rose to his feet. He did not retrieve his knife. He looked at the warden, then at Sharma, his face grim. "If we are to be unmade," he said, his voice quiet but firm, "we will not be unmade easily." He turned to Valerius and Cole. The ravine, northwest edge of the plateau, There were caves, overhangs in the cliff face. It's our only chance for cover to break its line of sight. It was a desperate plan. The warden was a being of light. Darkness might be their only shield, however temporary. "Can we make it?" Cole asked, his gaze fixed on Sharma, whose transformation was now creeping towards her neck. Her eyes were wide with a terror that transcended sound. "We have to," Valeria said, her voice finding a new resolve born of sheer desperation. She would not let them be unwritten without a fight. She grabbed Hanson's arm. "Lena, help me with Makita. Cole, you take Sharma. Soren, lead the way." The warden watched their sudden flurry of activity, its luminous form impassive. It made no move to stop them, no further overt attacks. It simply observed, the relentless cellular vibration continuing its insidious work. It was as if it knew they couldn't escape, that their struggles were ultimately futile. Dragomir broke into a run, heading towards the designated edge of the plateau. Cole, with a grunt of effort, heaved Sharma into a fireman's carry. Her transforming arm hung limply, shedding faint motes of light. Valerius and Hansen struggled to lift Makita, his dead weight a terrible burden. His remaining arm was cold, his breathing shallow. Every step was an agony. The air itself seemed to resist them, thick and heavy. The vibration in their bodies made movement clumsy, draining their strength. Valerius glanced back. The warden hadn't moved. It stood like a radiant statue, a silent sentinel overseeing their desperate flight. But the light it cast seemed to follow them, to cling to them, a reminder of its inescapable presence. The edge of the plateau was perhaps 200 meters away. It felt like miles. Sharma began to make a soft, sighing sound, her body becoming lighter in Cole's arms, her form increasingly translucent. The change was accelerating. "Faster," Dragomir urged, his voice tight. They reached the precipice. Below, the ground dropped away sharply into a deep, shadowy ravine. The opposite cliff face was riddled with dark openings, caves, crevices, the very places Dragomir had noted. A narrow, treacherous-looking game trail seemed to wind its way down. "This is madness," Cole gasped, looking at the perilous descent, then at Sharma, whose form was now barely corporeal, a shimmering outline of a woman. "It is our only madness," Dragomir retorted. He didn't hesitate, starting down the trail, his boots dislodging loose scree. Valerius knew he was right. To stay on the plateau was to accept the horrifying transformation. The ravine, the darkness, however dangerous, offered a sliver of hope. As Cole, with Sharma, started down and Valerius and Hansen maneuvered the unconscious Makita towards the path, a new sound reached them from behind. Not a telepathic communication, but a physical one. A soft, resonant hum, deeper than any sound the warden had made before. Valerius risked a look back. The Lumina warden was no longer static. It was raising its arms again, but this time its entire form was beginning to brighten, to expand, the light it emitted taking on an almost unbearable intensity. It was gathering its power, preparing for something far more significant than its previous attacks. The knife. Dragomir's knife still lay on the ground, a tiny speck of darkness in the growing ocean of light. "It knows we are trying to escape its direct influence," Valerius realized. It will not allow it. The warden was preparing to unleash its full power, perhaps to cleanse the entire plateau, and them along with it. Their desperate flight into the shadows might have only provoked the inevitable on a grander scale. Chapter 6: The Sanctuary of Stone. The descent into the ravine was a nightmare of loose rock and panicked haste. Dragomir moved with a precarious agility, his earlier assessment of the path proving invaluable. Cole, burdened by the rapidly transmuting Sharma, struggled but managed to keep his footing, his powerful legs trembling with the strain. Valerius and Hansen wrestled with Mikita's inert form, slipping and sliding, their lungs burning in the heavy, charged air. Behind them, the light from the warden intensified, casting their elongated, frantic shadows down the ravine walls. The resonant hum grew louder, vibrating through the very stone beneath their feet. Valerius didn't dare look back. She could feel the immense power building, a palpable pressure at her back, a promise of imminent, overwhelming force. "There!" Dragomir shouted, pointing to a wide, dark opening in the cliff face, a cave mouth partially obscured by twisted, obsidian-like bushes. "Get in, deep as you can." They stumbled towards it, sheer desperation lending them a final burst of strength. Cole practically threw himself and the now almost entirely luminous Sharma through the opening, collapsing just inside. Valerius and Hansen, with a final, gasping effort, dragged Mikita over the threshold. Dragomir was the last one in, turning briefly to glance back up the path before ducking into the cave's gloom. The interior of the cave was surprisingly deep. It wasn't a mere overhang but a proper cavern, the air cool and damp, smelling of wet stone and something else, something faintly acrid like burnt minerals. The darkness was almost absolute after the blinding radiance of the warden, and for a moment Valerius felt a wave of disorientation. Then the warden unleashed its power. There was no explosion, no roar, just an incandescent flood. A wave of pure, white energy slammed into the plateau above them. The entire cliff face shuddered, and the mouth of the cave pulsed with reflected brilliance, as if a sun had ignited just outside. Dust and small pebbles rained down from the cave ceiling. The resonant hum became a deafening, all-encompassing drone that seemed to shake the mountains to their core. Valerius pressed herself against the cold stone wall, shielding Mikita's body with her own, convinced that the cave itself would collapse, or that the energy would simply burn through the rock and find them. The cellular vibration that had plagued them returned with a vengeance, more intense than ever, making her vision blur and her stomach churn. She could hear Hansen sobbing nearby, Cole cursing under his breath. The onslaught lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was probably no more than 30 seconds. Then, as slowly as it had built, the intense light outside began to fade, the deafening hum receding, leaving behind a ringing silence and the drip, drip, drip of water somewhere deeper in the cave. The terrifying vibration in their bodies lessened, though it didn't disappear entirely, leaving a residual tremor in their limbs. Cautiously, Valerius raised her head. The cave mouth was still there. They were alive. Dragomir was already moving towards the entrance, peering out. "It's receding," he said, his voice hushed. "The light is pulling back from the plateau." Valerius joined him, her legs unsteady. She looked out. The plateau above was wreathed in a shimmering haze, the very air seeming to glow with residual energy. The bizarre flora, where it hadn't been scoured away, was blackened and smoking. Of the nomad there was no sign, not even wreckage, just a patch of scorched, fused earth where it had once stood. Their supplies, their equipment, their only way home, all gone, erased. And the Lumina Warden. It was still there, but it was diminished. Its form was less sharply defined, its light noticeably dimmer, as if the massive expenditure of energy had cost it. It stood silently for a long moment, surveying the devastation it had wrought. Then slowly it began to fade, its luminous body becoming translucent, ghost-like, until, with a final, faint shimmer, it vanished completely. A heavy silence descended, broken only by their ragged breathing. "Is it gone?" Hansen whispered, her voice hoarse. "For now," Dragomir said, his gaze still fixed on the empty space where the warden had been. "But it knows we are here, and it will return." He touched the stone of the cave wall. "This place, it shielded us. The rock itself seems to resist its energy to some degree." Valerius nodded, her mind slowly beginning to function again. The composition of these mountains, it must be unique, rich in some mineral that dampens the anomaly's effects, or the warden's specific energy frequency. It was a lifeline, a sliver of scientific rationale in a world of impossible horrors. Cole let out a ragged breath. He was looking down at Sharma, or rather at what was left of her. Lying on the cave floor was not a body, but a delicate, human-shaped outline of shimmering, faintly glowing particles, like a sculpture made of captured starlight. As they watched, even this faint luminescence began to fade, the particles dimming, losing their cohesion, until all that remained was a faint, silvery dust that mingled with the dirt of the cave. Anya Sharma, the stoic security officer, had been completely unwritten, erased from existence. Hansen stifled a sob, turning away. Cole stared at the spot where Sharma had lain, his face a mask of stunned grief and disbelief. Even Valerius, who had steeled herself for loss, felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. The cleansing was absolute. "We need to check Makita," Valerius said, forcing herself to focus on the living. She knelt beside the engineer. His breathing was shallow, his skin clammy. The stump of his arm was crudely bandaged with a strip of fabric torn from her own undershirt, but it was a pitiful defense against whatever processes the static weaver had initiated. His remaining hand, however, was still solid. The cave, it seemed, had arrested the weaver's unmaking effect as well. "He's alive," she said, relief warring with dread. "But he's in bad shape, the shock, and whatever that thing did to his arm." Dragomir was already exploring the deeper recesses of the cave, his footsteps echoing faintly. "There's water back here," he called out. "A seep, and the cave continues. Tunnels." Tunnels. The word offered both hope and a fresh wave of apprehension. Deeper into the unknown, deeper into a world ruled by entities like the Warden. But it was also deeper into potential shelter. Cole finally pushed himself to his feet, his expression hard. He looked at the silvery dust that was once Anya Sharma, then at the cave mouth. "It'll be back," he said, his voice flat. "That thing, it won't just give up." "No," Valerius agreed. It called us an infestation. It will try to purge us again. She looked around the dark, damp cave. This was their sanctuary, bought at a terrible price. But for how long? The silence was broken by a new sound. Faint at first, almost imperceptible. A rhythmic, rasping sound, like stone grinding on stone. It was coming from one of the tunnels Dragomir had mentioned, from the deep, unexplored darkness beyond their immediate refuge. And it was getting closer. The warden might have receded, but they were far from alone in the sanctuary of stone. Chapter 7: Echoes in the Stone. The grinding, rasping sound echoed from the depths of the tunnel, growing steadily louder, closer. It was a heavy sound, carrying a sense of weight and relentless, deliberate movement. Each rasp was followed by a distinct, dragging noise, as if something large and uneven was being pulled across the stone floor. Cole, his grief for Sharma momentarily overshadowed by the new, immediate threat, raised the pulse rifle he'd retrieved. Its tactical light cut a swathe through the oppressive darkness of the tunnel mouth, illuminating damp, glistening rock walls that narrowed into blackness. Something's coming, big by the sound of it. Dragomir emerged from the deeper part of the main cavern where he'd found the water seep. He moved with his characteristic quiet intensity, his gaze fixed on the tunnel from which the sound emanated. There are multiple passages back there. This one seems the most direct. He held no weapon, only a small, modern flashlight, its beam contrasting with Cole's wider, more diffuse tactical light. Valerius felt a fresh wave of dread. They had escaped the overwhelming power of the Lumina Warden only to find themselves potentially cornered by a subterranean unknown. Could it be more of those failed ascendants? She whispered, remembering the silent, black figures from the plateau. Dragomir shook his head. Different sound, the ascendants were silent. This is physical. Hansen, who had been tending to Makita, looked up, her face pale in the mingled beams of their lights. Makita was still unconscious, his breathing shallow. The stump of his arm, now cleaned and more securely bandaged with medical supplies from Hansen's kit. One of the few things they'd managed to grab was an ugly, puckered ruin. "We can't move him far," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Not quickly." The rasping, dragging sound was very close now, seeming to come from just around a bend in the tunnel, no more than 20 meters away. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, earthy scent like freshly turned soil, but with an undercurrent of something else. Something akin to decay, but drier, more ancient. "Positions," Cole ordered tersely, planting his feet, the pulse rifle aimed squarely at the tunnel's dark maw. "Doc Hansen, stay with Makita, keep him low." Valerius crouched beside Makita, her heart hammering. She wished for a weapon, any weapon, but her geological pick and sample bags were back on the now obliterated plateau. She could only watch and wait. The first sign of its arrival was a shadow, a distortion in the darkness that even their powerful lights seemed to struggle to penetrate. Then, a shape began to emerge from around the bend. It was not a failed ascendant, nor was it an energy being like the Warden or the Weaver. This was something made of stone and something else. It was roughly humanoid in shape, perhaps 8 feet tall, but its proportions were all wrong. Its limbs were thick, blocky, like crudely carved pillars. Its torso was a massive slab of what looked like granite, fused with darker, obsidian-like veins that pulsed with a faint, internal luminescence, similar to the flora on the plateau, but much dimmer, more like dying embers. Its head was a blunt, almost featureless wedge of rock, with two deep-set hollows that might have been eyes, glowing faintly with the same dying light. But the most disturbing feature was its method of locomotion. It didn't walk. Its lower half was not legs, but a jumble of smaller rocks and what looked like bones, thick, fossilized bones embedded within the stone of its lower body. It moved by heaving its upper torso forward, then dragging the grotesque assemblage of its lower half behind it. This was the source of the rasping, dragging sound. With each movement, fragments of rock and bone dust scraped and powdered onto the cave floor. It was a golem, Valerius thought, a creature of earth and ancient remains, animated by some unknown force within the anomaly, an elemental born of the mountain itself. The creature paused as it fully entered their cavern, its featureless head slowly turning, the faint light in its eye sockets flickering. It seemed to be assessing them, its movements slow, ponderous, yet exuding an aura of immense strength and implacable purpose. Cole's targeting laser painted a red dot on its rocky chest. "Identify yourself," he barked, a ridiculous command in the face of such an entity, but his training died hard. The stone golem made no verbal response. Instead, it raised one of its blocky, stone arms. The arm ended not in a hand, but in a jagged collection of fused crystals, sharp and glittering menacingly in their lights. It pointed the crystalline appendage towards Makita. A low rumble emanated from its chest, a sound like mountains shifting, a vibration that Valerius felt in her teeth. It wasn't a voice, but it carried a clear, undeniable intent. It wants him. "Over my dead body," Cole growled. He fired. The plasma bolt struck the golem square in the chest. There was a bright flash, a shower of molten rock, and a deep, resonant clang, as if striking a colossal bell. The golem staggered back a step, its stony hide blackened and smoking where the bolt had hit. A few small fragments of rock chipped off and fell to the floor, but it was otherwise unharmed. The faint light in its obsidian veins pulsed a little brighter for a moment, then dimmed again. It lowered its arm and began to advance, faster now, its dragging lower half gouging deeper grooves in the cave floor. The rumbling in its chest grew louder, more threatening. Dragomir stepped forward, placing himself between Cole and the advancing golem. "Hold your fire, Cole. It's too solid. Your weapon is ineffective against that much mass." "Got any better ideas, Pathfinder?" Cole snapped, but he held his fire, his knuckles white on the rifle's grip. Dragomir watched the golem, his expression intense, analytical. "It's focusing on Makita." "Why?" He glanced at the engineer's injured arm. "The Weaver. It did something to him. Unmade part of him. Is this thing drawn to that? Or does it want to finish the job, or something else?" The golem was now only a few meters away, its sheer bulk filling the passage. The faint, decaying scent it carried was stronger now, mingling with the smell of superheated rock from Cole's plasma shot. "We need to create a diversion," Valerius said, her mind racing. draw its attention away from Kaelin. As if understanding her, the golem paused, its featureless head tilted again, the dim light in its eye sockets flickering towards her. It then extended its other arm, the one not ending in crystals, but in a crude, massive hand of stone. It pointed towards Valerius, then swept its gesture to include Hansen, Cole, and Dragomir. The rumbling from its chest changed, the intent shifting. It wants all of us. Or perhaps Valerius thought with a colder dread it considered them all part of the same impurity, like Mikita. It's a guardian, Dragomir murmured, his eyes narrowed. A guardian of this place, and it sees us as contaminants. He remembered the warden's pronouncement, "You are the infestation." Perhaps this stone sentinel served the same overarching will, the same imperative to cleanse. The golem took another ponderous step, its crystalline weapon raised. "Okay, new plan," Cole said grimly. "We fight or we die in this hole." He sighted down his rifle again, aiming for one of the glowing eye sockets. Maybe a shot to the eye will. Before he could finish, Dragomir moved. He didn't attack the golem. He darted to the side, towards one of the narrower, unexplored tunnels leading off the main cavern. This way, if it's slow, we might be able to outmaneuver it in the tighter passages. It was a desperate gamble. The golem was slow, but it was also relentless, and its sheer size might allow it to simply smash through any obstacles. But staying in the open cavern was clearly not an option. Valerius and Hansen grabbed Mikita again, hauling him to his feet. Cole, after a moment's hesitation, nodded curtly and backed towards the tunnel Dragomir had indicated, his rifle still trained on the golem. The golem watched them, its head swiveling slowly. It did not immediately pursue. Instead, it did something unexpected. It lowered its crystalline arm and slammed its massive stone fist into the cave floor beside it. The impact was tremendous. The entire cave shook and a shower of rock dust fell from the ceiling. But it wasn't just a display of strength. Where its fist had struck, the stone of the cave floor seemed to ripple, to flow like liquid for a brief moment. Then it solidified again, but now, a thick, jagged wall of rock, easily 2 feet thick, was rising from the floor, blocking the entrance to the very tunnel Dragomir was trying to lead them into. The golem rumbled, a sound that might have been a chuckle if such a creature could possess humor. It was toying with them, or more likely, it was demonstrating its control over its domain. This cave was not just its dwelling, it was part of it. "Other tunnels," Dragomir yelled, already changing direction, heading for another dark opening further back in the cavern. But the golem was quicker this time. It slammed its other fist down, and another wall of rock erupted, blocking that escape route as well. It was methodically sealing them in, its movements ponderous but utterly effective. They were trapped, again, not by a being of light but by a creature of living stone, a physical embodiment of the mountain's anger. The golem rumbled once more, a sound of finality. It turned its attention back to Mikita, its crystalline arm raising. It began to advance, dragging its horrific lower half, its intent clear. It would deal with the most contaminated one first. Then from the deepest, darkest part of the cavern behind the golem came a new sound. Not a rasp, not a rumble. It was a whisper, a chorus of whispers, faint and sibilant but chillingly familiar. Of liesche, warmth. We remember hunger. Valerius froze. She knew those whispers. They were not the seductive lullings of the Lumina Warden's psychic attack. These were different. These were the fragmented, tormented voices of the failed ascendants. The stone golem paused, its head tilting, its ponderous attention shifting from Mikita towards the source of the whispers. The faint light in its eye sockets flickered erratically. It seemed uncertain, confused. And from the darkness behind it, figures began to emerge. Tall, slender, matte black shapes that flowed like oil, their forms unstable, their presence radiating a profound cold and an even more profound despair. The failed ascendants, and there were dozens of them. They were not focused on the humans. Their eyeless faces, their entire beings, were directed at the stone golem. The sanctuary of stone was about to become a battleground, and the humans were caught in the middle. Chapter 8: The Lesser of Two Evils. The failed ascendants flowed into the cavern like a tide of silent, black despair. There were more of them than Valerius had seen on the plateau, at least 24, their tall, attenuated forms seeming to stretch and distort in the wavering beams of the humans' lights. The air grew noticeably colder, a bone-chilling dampness that had nothing to do with the natural humidity of the cave. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of sorrow, regret, and a terrifying, almost palpable hunger. So cold, need the warmth. The spark, it fades. Join us, be one, in the endless shadow. The stone golem, which had seemed an unstoppable force moments before, now appeared almost besieged. It stood its ground, its featureless head swiveling slowly as the black figures surrounded it, their movements fluid and unsettlingly silent. The faint, dying ember glow within its obsidian veins pulsed rapidly, a sign of agitation or perhaps alarm. The rumbling from its chest was a low, continuous growl, like distant thunder. This was a conflict Valerius hadn't anticipated. The golem, the mountain's guardian, versus the tormented remnants of the civilization that had once called this anomaly home. Two distinct manifestations of this twisted region, now confronting each other. "What in the blazes are they doing?" Cole muttered, his rifle instinctively tracking the nearest ascendant, though he didn't fire. There was an unspoken understanding that engaging either side at this moment would be suicidal. "They seem opposed," Dragomir observed, his voice a low murmur. "The ascendants, they radiate a kind of null energy, a void. The golem is elemental, earth. Perhaps they are anathema to each other." Valerius watched, fascinated and terrified. The failed ascendants didn't attack the golem physically, not at first. Instead, they began to glide around it, their forms sometimes passing through the smaller rock protrusions on its body as if they were smoke. As they did, the faint luminescence in the golem's veins seemed to dim wherever an ascendant passed close. The whispers intensified around the golem, focusing on it. Stone so cold, unfeeling. No spark within, only borrowed anger. "We will take what little light you hold." The golem roared, a true roar this time, a sound like mountains grinding together, shaking the very foundations of the cave. It swung one of its massive, blocky arms in a wide arc, aiming to smash the nearest ascendants. But the black figures were too quick, too ethereal. They flowed back out of reach, their forms momentarily distorting, then coalescing again. One of the ascendants, taller than the others, its form more stable, glided directly towards the golem's head. It raised its own indistinct appendages, and for a moment Valerius thought it would try to merge with the golem's featureless face. The golem recoiled, its head rearing back, the light in its eye sockets flaring. It slammed its crystalline-tipped arm upwards, and this time it connected. The jagged crystals passed through the ascendant's torso. There was no impact, no sound of collision, but the ascendant wavered. Its form flickered violently like a dying flame, and a silent, psychic scream of agony, of negation, echoed in Valerius's mind. The blackness of its body seemed to thin, becoming almost transparent where the crystals had passed. Then, with a final, sighing whisper that only Valerius seemed to hear, empty. So empty. Its form dissolved completely, leaving nothing behind. The golem had found a way to harm them. Its crystalline arm, Valerius theorized, wasn't just physical. It seemed to channel some kind of disruptive energy, perhaps drawing on the Earth's power, that could unravel the unstable forms of the ascendants. The other failed ascendants recoiled, a collective, silent hiss of fear rippling through their ranks. But their hunger, their desperation, seemed to override their caution. They swarmed the golem again, their shadowy forms flickering and dancing as they sought to avoid its crystalline touch, all the while continuing their draining assault on its internal light. The golem fought back with ponderous fury, its stone limbs smashing against the cave walls as it tried to crush its tormentors. Its crystalline arm lashed out again and again, and with each successful strike, another ascendant dissolved into nothingness, its dying whisper adding to the chorus of despair in Valerius's head. But for everyone it destroyed, two more seemed to take its place, their shadowy forms flowing over its rocky hide, the light in its veins dimming visibly. "This is our chance," Dragomir said, his voice cutting through the psychic din. He pointed towards the wall the golem had created to block their first escape route. "While they're occupied, Cole, can your rifle breach that wall?" Cole tore his gaze from the bizarre battle. "Maybe, with a sustained burst. It'll drain the power cell fast, though." "Do it," Valerius urged. "We need to get out of this cavern before one of them wins." She didn't know which outcome would be worse. Cole nodded, took aim at the center of the golem-created rock wall and fired. The plasma bolts slammed into the stone, each impact sending showers of superheated rock fragments flying. The wall was thick, but not as dense as the golem's own body. Slowly, a crater began to form. The noise of the pulse rifle, the flashes of plasma, momentarily drew the attention of both the golem and some of the ascendants. The golem turned its head, its eye lights flickering towards them, and it let out another furious roar. Several ascendants also seemed to recoil from the bright flashes, their forms wavering. "It's working, keep firing," Valerius yelled. The golem, enraged, started to turn away from the ascendants, intending to deal with the humans. But the shadowy figures swarmed it with renewed ferocity, flowing over its back and limbs, their draining touch now visibly affecting it. The golem staggered, its movements becoming more sluggish, the light in its veins fading to a dull, sickly gray. It seemed to be weakening rapidly under their combined assault. Cole poured plasma into the wall. After a few more concentrated bursts with a final, explosive crack, a section of the rock barrier collapsed, revealing the dark tunnel beyond. "It's through," he shouted, lowering the rifle, its barrel glowing. "Power cell is almost depleted." "Go now," Dragomir ordered. He helped Valerius and Hansen lift Mikita. "I'll cover our retreat." "Sorin, no," Valerius protested. "Come with us. Someone has to make sure neither of those things decides to follow us immediately," Dragomir said, his gaze fixed on the struggling golem, which was now on its knees, covered in a seething mass of failed ascendants. Its movements were slow, feeble. The light in its eye sockets was almost extinguished. "This is the lesser of two evils, for now." He gave them a firm push towards the newly opened tunnel. "Move. I will be right behind you." Valerius hesitated, but the sight of the golem, now almost entirely drained, its form beginning to crumble under the ascendant's assault, spurred her on. She didn't want to be anywhere near whatever happened when it finally fell. She and Hansen half-carried, half-dragged Mikita into the narrow, dark tunnel. Cole followed, occasionally glancing back, his empty rifle held like a club. The air in the tunnel was blessedly free of the ascendant's chilling aura and the golem's earthy decay. Just as they rounded a bend, effectively out of sight of the main cavern, they heard it. A final, tremendous, grating roar from the golem, a sound of ultimate defiance and agony. It was followed by a chorus of sibilant, triumphant whispers from the ascendants, and then a profound, heavy silence. Valerius paused, listening, her heart in her throat. Had the golem fallen? And what would the ascendants do now? A moment later, Dragomir appeared at the bend, his face grim, his clothes dusted with rock powder. "It is done," he said, his voice low. "The golem, it crumbled, the ascendants. They are feeding, absorbing what remains of its energy." He shuddered, a rare display of emotion from him. It was not pleasant to watch. "Are they following?" Cole asked, his voice tight. Dragomir shook his head. "They seem sated for now, preoccupied with the remains." He looked back down the tunnel towards the cavern. "But their hunger will return, and they know we are here. This tunnel, where does it lead?" That was the question. They had escaped one trap, witnessed the fall of one horror at the hands of another, but they were still deep underground, in an unexplored network of tunnels, with dwindling supplies, a critically injured comrade, and the knowledge that multiple, terrifying entities now knew of their existence and their location. The sanctuary of stone had proven to be anything but. Chapter 9: The Cartographer of Madness. The tunnel twisted and turned, sometimes narrowing so much that they had to move in single file, Mikita's unconscious form a constant, awkward burden. The only light came from Dragomir's flashlight and the faint, residual glow from Cole's overheated pulse rifle barrel, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on their already frayed nerves. The air was cold, damp, and carried the scent of wet rock and something else, a faint, metallic tang that reminded Valerius of the static weaver. It was an unwelcome association. After what felt like hours but was probably closer to 60 minutes, Dragomir, who had been scouting ahead, paused. The tunnel opens up here. Another cavern, and there's light. Valerius, her muscles aching, her throat dry, pushed forward. The tunnel indeed widened, opening into a space larger than the one they had just fled. And there was light, a soft, diffuse blue-green luminescence that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The cavern walls were not bare rock, but were covered in a mosaic of glowing crystals, each no bigger than a thumbnail, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. It was beautiful in a strange, unsettling way. In the center of this luminous cavern there was something else, a structure. It was a crude shelter built from slabs of rock, animal hides stretched over a framework of what looked like massive, fossilized bones, similar to those embedded in the stone golem they'd encountered. A thin tendril of smoke, or perhaps steam, curled from a hole in its roof. "Someone lives here," Hansen whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Cole raised his nearly depleted rifle, his expression wary. "Or something." Dragomir held up a hand for silence. He scanned the cavern slowly, his gaze lingering on the shelter. No immediate sign of movement, but the air. "It feels different here, less oppressive than the tunnels." He took a cautious step forward. "Let's approach carefully." They moved into the cavern, the soft, crystalline light bathing them in its eerie glow. As they got closer to the shelter, Valerius noticed carvings on the rock slabs that formed its walls. They were intricate, geometric patterns, unlike anything she had ever seen, yet they had a disturbing familiarity, echoing the shifting, impossible geometries she had witnessed within the anomaly's shimmering veil. From inside the shelter, a new sound reached them, a soft, rhythmic scraping, like a stylus on stone or a fingernail dragging across slate. Dragomir signaled them to halt. He approached the shelter's entrance, a low opening covered by a tattered hide flap, and called out, his voice steady. "Hello, is anyone there? We are travelers. We seek shelter." The scraping sound stopped. For a long moment there was only silence, broken by Mikita's shallow breathing. Then the hide flap was slowly, hesitantly pushed aside. A figure emerged, stooped and frail. It was humanoid but gaunt, almost skeletal. Its skin was pale, almost translucent like old parchment and stretched taut over sharp bones. It was clothed in rags, pieced together from various animal skins and scraps of what looked like modern, weathered fabric, perhaps salvaged from previous failed expeditions. Long, white hair, thin and wispy, hung down to its shoulders, partially obscuring a face that was a roadmap of wrinkles and ancient sorrow. But it was the eyes that held Valerius captive. They were large, dark, and filled with a profound, unsettling lucidity, like polished obsidian reflecting a universe of madness. The figure clutched something in its bony hands, a flat piece of slate and a sharp, pointed piece of crystal. It had been drawing. It looked at them, its gaze lingering on each of them in turn, its expression unreadable. Then it spoke, its voice a dry, rasping whisper, like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. More for the maps," it said, its dark eyes flicking down to the slate in its hands, then back up to them. "The paths change, always changing the pattern. It shifts." Valerius felt a chill run down her spine. This person was clearly unhinged, a hermit driven mad by isolation and the anomaly's influence. Yet there was an unnerving coherence to its ramblings. "Who are you?" Dragomir asked, his voice gentle, cautious. The figure's eyes narrowed slightly. "I am the keeper of the ways," it whispered, "the chronicler of the unseen. Others, they came, they tried to chart the unchartable. They are part of the pattern now." It gestured vaguely with a bony hand towards the glowing crystal walls. "Their echoes feed the light." Valerius's blood ran cold. Their echoes feed the light. Was this what happened to those who were cleansed but not entirely unwritten? Did their life force, their very consciousness, become trapped within these crystals, powering this eerie luminescence? The thought was horrifying. We mean you no harm," Valeria said, trying to keep her voice steady. "We are lost. Our vehicle was destroyed." The keeper's gaze flickered to Makita, who was still being supported by Hansen. Its eyes lingered on Makita's savaged arm. A flicker of something recognition, pity, crossed its ancient face. "The weavers, they mark the flesh, the wardens, they unmake the soul." It nodded slowly. "Yes, lost, all who come here are lost. Some find their way to the great unmaking. Others linger." It gestured towards the interior of its shelter. "Enter. The air here is quieter. The stone eaters do not come this deep, nor do the shadow kin mostly." Stone eaters, shadow kin, new horrors to add to their growing list. Valerius exchanged a worried glance with Dragomir. Could they trust this hermit? But what choice did they have? The tunnels were a dangerous unknown, and Makita desperately needed rest in a place that wasn't actively trying to kill them. "Thank you," Dragomir said, making the decision. "We are grateful for your hospitality." They helped Makita into the shelter. The interior was small, cramped, lit by a single, sputtering oil lamp that cast flickering shadows on walls covered in more intricate, disturbing carvings. Animal hides covered the floor, and the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke, dried herbs, and the faint, metallic tang that seemed to permeate this entire region. The keeper of the ways gestured for them to sit. It placed its slate and crystal stylus carefully on a low rock table which was also covered in etched patterns. "Food," it rasped, pointing to a pile of dried, unidentifiable meat and some shriveled, tuber-like roots in a corner. "Water, from the deep seeps, clean, mostly." As Hansen began to tend to Makita, making him as comfortable as possible, Valerius studied their host. The keeper's madness seemed functional. It had survived here alone for who knew how long. It had a system, a way of understanding this twisted world. "These maps you speak of," Valerius asked, her scientific curiosity battling her fear. "What are they?" The keeper picked up its slate. The surface was covered in a dizzying array of intersecting lines, spirals, and geometric shapes. It bore no resemblance to any conventional map. "The pattern," it whispered, tracing a line with its crystal stylus. "The flows of energy, the paths of the entities, the safe ways, the hungry ways." Its eyes gleamed with a feverish light. "I chart them, I see them. They whisper the changes to me." It looked up at Valerius, its gaze unnervingly direct. "You wish to leave this place?" "Yes," Valerius said, a surge of desperate hope rising within her. Can you show us a way out?" The keeper's lips stretched into a thin, humorless smile. "Out," it rasped. "There is no out from the pattern, only different paths within it. Some lead to quick unmaking, some to slower dissolution, some to places where the old ones dream." It shivered despite the relative warmth of the shelter. "You do not want to find those places." Its gaze drifted to the entrance of the shelter towards the glowing cavern beyond. "The wardens, they are the will of the pattern, the weavers, its chaotic heart, the stone eaters, its bones, the shadow kin, its regrets." It looked back at Valerius, its eyes like dark pools. "And I am merely its memory, its cartographer of madness." The keeper tapped the slate with its crystal stylus. "Tell me of your journey. Tell me of the paths you have walked, every step, every encounter. It adds to the map, it clarifies the pattern." A disturbing, almost predatory gleam entered its eyes. "And perhaps, if your story is interesting, I will show you a path that does not end in immediate oblivion." Valerius felt a profound unease. They were in the hands of a lunatic, a being whose sanity had been warped by this anomalous zone. Yet this lunatic might be their only key to survival, their only guide through a landscape designed to kill or corrupt them. They would have to play its game, share their experiences, and pray that the path it offered was not just another route into a different kind of hell. The price of passage, it seemed, was their story, their trauma, fed into the keeper's map of madness. Chapter 10: The Price of Passage. The flickering oil lamp cast dancing shadows across the keeper's deeply lined face as Valerius recounted their journey. She started from their entry into the anomaly, describing the shimmering veil, the initial encounters on the plateau, the terrifying arrival of the static weaver and its attack on Makita, and finally, the overwhelming power of the Lumina Warden and their desperate flight into the caves. She omitted nothing, detailing the sensations, the fear, the impossible nature of the entities they had faced. Hansen listened, pale and silent, occasionally tending to Makita, who remained unconscious, his breathing shallow but steady for now. Cole sat near the shelter's entrance, his depleted pulse rifle across his lap, his gaze fixed on the glowing cavern beyond, ever watchful. Dragomir stood, leaning against one of the bone framework supports, his expression unreadable as he observed the keeper. The keeper of the ways listened with rapt attention, its dark, mad eyes never leaving Valerius. Its bony fingers twitched, occasionally making small, almost involuntary scratching motions on the slate with its crystal stylus, as if itching to incorporate her words into its chaotic map. It did not interrupt, did not ask questions, simply absorbed her story with an unnerving intensity. When Valerius finally finished, her voice hoarse, the shelter was silent save for the sputtering lamp and Makita's faint respirations. The keeper remained still for a long moment, its head bowed as if in contemplation. Then, it slowly raised its gaze to Valerius. "Yes," it rasped, a strange satisfaction in its tone. "The warden, its light purges the weaver, it unravels the threads of being. You have walked dangerous paths indeed, you have seen the pattern assert itself." Its eyes flickered to Makita. "He carries the weaver's touch, a dangerous mark. It will call to others of its kind, and perhaps to things that feed on such unraveling." A chill went down Valerius's spine. The implication was clear. Makita was not just injured, he was a beacon. The keeper picked up its slate and stylus. Its bony hand moved with surprising speed and precision, etching new lines, new symbols into the already crowded surface. The crystal point scraped and clicked, a counterpoint to the silence. Valerius watched, fascinated and repulsed, as her traumatic experiences were translated into the alien cartography of this mad hermit. The warden's cleansing of the high plateau, the keeper muttered more to itself than to them, will have altered the energy flows, created voids, and voids are always filled. It paused, its stylus hovering over a particular section of the slate. Yes, the stone eaters will be agitated, their domain disturbed, and the shadow kin, they abhor such raw expenditure of pure energy. They will retreat for a time. Dragomir spoke, his voice calm but firm. You said you might show us a path, a way to survive. The keeper looked up, its dark eyes glinting. Survival, it mused, drawing out the word. A temporary state in the pattern, all paths eventually lead to reintegration. It tapped the slate. But yes, your story, it has clarified certain currents. There is a way, not out, but through to a place of lesser attention. It turned the slate towards them. Valerius leaned closer, trying to make sense of the bewildering array of lines and symbols. It was like looking at the wiring diagram of an alien machine, or the neural pathways of a diseased brain. It was incomprehensible. This, the keeper said, tracing a convoluted line with its crystal point, is where we are, the crystal heart, a place of temporary resonance, the light here. It confuses the weavers and the stone eaters dislike its purity. It then moved its stylus along a series of jagged, intersecting lines. These tunnels, they lead deeper, down towards what the old ones called the umbral deeps. The umbral deeps, Valerius repeated, the name itself sending a shiver of unease through her. A place where the pattern is thin, the keeper whispered, its eyes wide. Where the light of the wardens rarely touches, where the shadow kin hold sway but are quieter, more contemplative, they feed on despair, not raw energy. It looked at them, a hint of something that might have been cunning in its gaze. You have despair enough, I think, you might blend in. Blend in with beings that feed on despair. The thought was grotesque. What are the dangers of this path? Dragomir asked, his practical nature cutting through the keeper's cryptic pronouncements. Dangers, the keeper seemed almost amused. All paths here are danger, but this one. It avoids the primary hunting grounds of the wardens. It bypasses the territories of the more aggressive stone eaters, the weavers. They are unpredictable. They follow the energy flows. They might be encountered. It paused, then added as if an afterthought, and there are the silent watchers in the deeps. They observe. They do not often interfere unless the pattern is significantly disturbed. Valerius felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach. Each new entity the keeper named sounded more ominous than the last. And this path, where does it ultimately lead? The keeper's gaze became distant. It leads to the echoing labyrinth, miles of tunnels where the whispers of the lost ones congeal, where memories become tangible from there. If you survive the echoes, there is a fissure, a place where the mountain breathes. Sometimes, when the pattern shifts, it breathes outwards. A way out, a natural vent, a fissure leading to the surface world. It was the first genuine glimmer of hope they'd had, but it was buried under layers of terrifying ifs and maybes. "This fissure," Dragomir pressed. "How do we find it?" The keeper shook its head, its wispy hair flying. "The labyrinth, it changes. The map is never the same twice. I can guide you to its threshold, but beyond that, you must listen to the echoes. They will guide you or consume you." It offered its thin, humorless smile again. "That is the price, your story, for the path to the labyrinth's edge, and a small token for the continued clarity of the maps." "A token?" Cole asked, his voice suspicious. The keeper's eyes flickered towards their meager supplies, the mostly empty medkit, Cole's depleted rifle, the flashlights. Sustenance, light, things the pattern does not readily provide in this form. Its gaze settled on Cole's rifle. The fire thrower, its spark is dying, but the casing, the crystal within, it resonates, useful for etching. Cole instinctively tightened his grip on the rifle. "This is our only weapon." "A weapon that is no longer a weapon," the keeper countered, its voice a dry rasp. "It is now a tool or a sacrifice for the knowledge of the way." Valerius looked at Dragomir. They were in no position to bargain. The keeper held all the cards, and the rifle, as it was indeed useless for defense. But giving up even the semblance of a weapon felt like a profound surrender. Dragomir nodded slowly. "We need the path. The rifle is a fair price, along with some of our medical supplies and a spare battery for this light." He gestured to his flashlight. The keeper considered this, its head tilted. Then it gave a curt nod. "Accepted. The pattern appreciates balance." It spent the next hour with Dragomir, its crystal stylus flying across a fresh piece of slate, Dragomir asking terse, practical questions about landmarks, dangers, and the general direction of the path to the echoing labyrinth. Valerius tried to follow, but the keeper's descriptions were often couched in its strange, metaphorical language, referring to veins of cold shadow, pools of screaming silence, and places where the earth weeps molten sorrow. Dragomir, however, seemed to absorb it, occasionally nodding, his own internal compass apparently able to translate the madness into some form of usable information. Finally, the keeper handed the newly etched slate to Dragomir. "This will guide you for a time, but remember, the map is a memory, the territory, lives, observe, listen, adapt." It then took the depleted pulse rifle from Cole, its bony fingers caressing the metal and crystal components with an almost reverent touch. It also accepted a small portion of their bandages, a sterile cleanser, and one of their spare flashlight batteries. These it secreted away within its hovel. As they prepared to leave, Valerius paused at the entrance to the shelter. "Keeper, why do you help us? Why share your knowledge?" The ancient hermit looked up from its maps, its dark eyes holding a flicker of something unreadable, perhaps loneliness, perhaps a perverse amusement. "All stories feed the pattern," it whispered. "Your survival, or your demise, it is all just new lines on an endless map." It offered its chilling smile. "And perhaps I am weary of charting only my own descent." With those cryptic words, it turned back to its slates, its crystal stylus already beginning to scratch and etch, chronicling their departure, adding their fading hope to its vast and terrifying cartography of madness. They stepped out of the crystal heart, leaving the mad cartographer to its endless task, and plunged back into the oppressive darkness of the tunnels, armed with a map that might lead them to escape or deeper into the anomaly's insane embrace. Chapter 11: Whispers of the Flesh. The tunnels shown on the keeper's slate were a disorienting maze, colder and damper than the ones they had previously traversed. Dragomir led the way, his flashlight beam cutting a focused path through the darkness, referring frequently to the etched slate, his brow furrowed in concentration. Valerius and Hansen continued to support Mikita, whose condition had not improved. He remained largely unconscious, occasionally muttering incoherently, his skin clammy and cold. Cole brought up the rear, his now useless pulse rifle slung over his shoulder, his senses on high alert. The keeper's directions, though cryptic, seemed accurate so far. They passed the Weeping Wall, a section of tunnel where black, oily water oozed constantly from the rock, carrying a faint, sulphurous smell. They navigated the Bone Maw, a cavern whose entrance did indeed resemble a gigantic, fossilized jawbone, teeth and all. The silence was profound, broken only by their footsteps, their ragged breathing, and the constant drip of water. It was during a brief rest stop, in a slightly wider section of tunnel, that Mikita began to thrash. His eyes snapped open, but they were unfocused, clouded. A low moan escaped his lips, and he began to struggle weakly against Valerius and Hansen's grip. "Kalen," Valeria said, her voice gentle. "Kalen, it's us, you're safe." But Mikita didn't seem to hear her. His gaze was fixed on the stump of his arm, his features contorted in a mixture of horror and something else. Fascination. "It's talking to me," he whispered, his voice hoarse, unfamiliar. "The threads, they want to reweave." Valerius exchanged a horrified look with Hansen. "Kalen, what are you talking about? Who's talking to you?" "The Weaver," Mikita breathed, his eyes wide, reflecting the dim flashlight beam with an unnatural intensity. "It left, a part of itself, inside. It's showing me things, the pattern. It's so beautiful, so simple." His good hand reached towards the mangled stump, his fingers twitching. Dragomir, who had been examining the tunnel ahead, immediately returned. He knelt beside Mikita, his expression grim. "The Keeper warned of this, the Weaver's mark. It calls to others, or it corrupts from within." "He's hallucinating," Hansen said, her voice tight with medical concern. "The trauma, the infection." "No," Mikita whispered, a strange, beatific smile spreading across his pale face. "Not hallucinating, seeing, for the first time, the flesh. It's a barrier, a prison, but it can be unraveled, remade into something more." His gaze drifted towards Valerius, and there was an alien intelligence in his eyes that made her recoil. "Don't you see, Genova? We don't need to escape the anomaly. We need to become part of it." Cole swore under his breath. "He's lost it. The bloody place has broken him." "Kalen, listen to me," Valerius said, trying to keep the fear out of her voice. "That's not you talking. It's the influence of what that creature did to you. You have to fight it." Mikita laughed, a dry, rasping sound that was utterly unlike his usual cheerful chuckle. "Fight? Why would I fight? Enlightenment." His eyes flickered towards the darkness of the tunnel ahead. "They're coming, the other Weavers. They feel their lost sibling. They want to complete the process, make me whole again, in their image. A new sound reached them, faint at first but growing. A soft, insidious crackling, like static electricity but with a subtle, rhythmic pulse. It was the sound of the static weavers. Dragomir stood up, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his knife, the one the keeper had allowed him to keep. He wasn't just hallucinating, he's become a beacon. They're being drawn to him. The crackling grew louder, closer, seeming to come from multiple directions down the twisting tunnels. Panic flared in Valerius's chest. They were deep underground, in a maze of passages, and the very things they had hoped to avoid were now actively hunting them, led by one of their own. "We have to move," Cole said, urgency sharpening his voice. "Now can he walk?" Valerius looked at Makita. The alien lucidity in his eyes was fading, replaced by a look of confused terror. The brief connection to the Weaver's consciousness, or whatever it was, seemed to have receded, leaving him weakened and disoriented. I don't know," he mumbled, his voice his own again, but frail. "My legs feel like static." The crackling was much closer now, accompanied by faint, flickering blue lights visible around the bends in the tunnels ahead and behind them. They were being surrounded. "The Keeper's map," Valerius said to Dragomir, desperation in her voice. "Is there a defensible position nearby, anywhere?" Dragomir consulted the slate, his flashlight beam dancing across its etched surface. "There's a chamber described as the Nidus of Stillness. Supposedly the weavers avoid it. Something about the rock composition dampens their energy, but it's further in, and the path is narrow." "We don't have a choice," Cole stated grimly. "We can't fight them here, not without weapons." He looked at Makita with a mixture of pity and frustration. "We'll have to carry him again." As they prepared to lift Makita, he began to seize. His body arched, his limbs jerking spasmodically, a low gurgling sound coming from his throat. The crackling of the approaching weavers intensified, their faint blue light growing brighter. "They're triggering it," Hansen cried, trying to hold Makita steady to prevent him from injuring himself. "His nervous system, it's resonating with their energy." Valerius felt a surge of despair. Makita was not just a beacon, he was a conduit, his compromised physiology amplifying the Weaver's influence, perhaps even drawing them closer, faster. "We have to shield him," Valerius exclaimed, her mind racing. "Break the resonance." She remembered the strange, dark metal of Dragomir's knife, how it had seemed to negate the Weaver's energy when it had severed its tendril. The knife was unique, but the rocks, the Keeper said the cave walls here, they have properties that affect the anomaly. It was a wild idea born of desperation. Dragomir, Cole, surround him with loose rocks, try to create a barrier. Maybe the stone can dampen the Weaver's effect on him. It sounded insane, but it was the only thing she could think of. Cole and Dragomir exchanged a skeptical glance, but the advancing blue lights and the increasingly violent crackling spurred them into action. They began grabbing loose stones from the tunnel floor and walls, piling them around and even partially on Makita, who was now convulsing uncontrollably. The blue lights were almost upon them. Valerius could see the shimmering, translucent forms of the static weavers beginning to coalesce around the bends in the tunnel, their questing filaments of energy already reaching out. There were at least 3 of them, perhaps more. "It's not enough," Cole grunted, the makeshift stone barrier around Makita still pitifully small. "They're here." Just as the first weaver drifted into view, its crackling form pulsing with malevolent energy, Makita's seizure abruptly stopped. His body went limp. For a terrifying moment, Valerius thought he was dead. Then he gasped a deep, shuddering intake of air. His eyes fluttered open, and this time they were clear, confused, terrified, but undeniably his own. "Wah, what happened?" he rasped. The noise. It stopped." The advancing static weaver also paused. Its form seemed to flicker, its crackling less intense. It tilted, as if confused, its filaments retracting slightly. The other weavers, visible now as shimmering blue lights further down the tunnel, also seemed to hesitate. Valerius stared at the haphazard pile of rocks around Makita. Had it actually worked? Had the inherent properties of the stone, even in this crude arrangement, somehow dampened the weaver's influence on him, broken the resonance? The stones," Makita whispered, his gaze fixed on the rocks piled on his chest. "They feel quiet, cold." Dragomir touched one of the rocks near Makita's head. The keeper was right. This region, the geology is key. The lead weaver, however, seemed to be recovering from its momentary confusion. Its crackling intensified again, and it began to drift forward, its filaments questing towards Makita as if to test this unexpected barrier. The other weavers followed suit, their blue light filling the narrow tunnel. The brief respite was over. The hunt was back on. Chapter 12. The Nidus of Stillness. "It didn't hold them for long," Cole stated grimly, shifting his stance to better shield Makita. "They're still coming." The lead static weaver, its curiosity apparently overriding its caution, drifted closer, its energy filaments extending like grasping tentacles. The other weavers pressed in behind it, their collective blue glow making the tunnel feel like the inside of a rogue electrical storm. "The nidus of stillness," Dragomir said, his voice urgent, pointing down the tunnel with his flashlight. "According to the keeper's map, it's just around this next bend, then a short side passage to the left. If the rocks there are truly more potent, then let's get there before these things decide to reweave us all," Valerius urged. They heaved Makita up. He was conscious now but incredibly weak, leaning heavily on Valerius and Hansen. The makeshift rock barrier they had built around him crumbled as they moved. As soon as he was clear of the stones, Makita gasped, his body tensing. The whispers, they're back, louder." The lead weaver surged forward, its crackling reaching a painful intensity. It was clear Makita, without the dampening effect of the stones, was once again a potent beacon. "Move," Dragomir yelled, pushing them forward. He turned to face the advancing weavers, his dark knife now in his hand, its matte surface seeming to drink the ambient blue light. He wouldn't be able to hold off multiple weavers for long, but he could buy them precious seconds. Valerius, Hansen, and Cole half-dragged, half-carried Makita around the bend in the tunnel. As the keeper's map had indicated, A narrow side passage, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through, branched off to their left. It was darker than the main tunnel, the air within it feeling strangely dead, inert. "This has to be it," Valerius panted, pushing Makita towards the opening. Cole squeezed through first, then helped pull Makita in. Hansen followed. Valerius glanced back. Dragomir was retreating slowly, facing the weavers, his knife making short, sharp arcs, deflecting the questing energy tendrils. Each deflection caused a small, localized snuffing of the weaver's light, a momentary disruption, but the creatures were relentless, pressing their advantage. "Soren, come on!" Valerius screamed. Dragomir parried another tendril, then ducked and scrambled towards the side passage just as a coordinated blast of electrical energy from two weavers struck the spot where he had been standing, charring the rock wall. He dived into the narrow opening, Valerius pulling him through just as the lead weaver reached the entrance. The weaver paused at the mouth of the side passage, its translucent, spherical body too large to easily enter. It pulsed with frustrated energy, its crackling taking on an angry, hissing quality. Its filaments probed the opening, but as they extended into the passage, they seemed to wither. The blue light within them dimmed, and they recoiled as if burned. Inside the passage, the oppressive atmosphere of the main tunnel lessened dramatically. The air was still, cool, and blessedly free of the weavers' energetic hum and Makita's tormenting whispers. After a few more feet, the narrow passage opened into a small, circular chamber, no more than 10 feet in diameter. This was the nidus of stillness. The walls of this chamber were different. They were not the damp, glistening rock of the outer tunnels. Instead, they were composed of a dense, black, basalt-like stone, shot through with veins of a dull, metallic ore that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. There were no glowing crystals here, no eerie luminescence. The only light came from their flashlights, and even that seemed muted, its beams quickly swallowed by the dark, heavy rock. Makita sighed, a sound of profound relief. His body, which had been tense and trembling, relaxed. "It's gone," he whispered, his voice weak but clear. "The voices, the static, it's all gone, I feel, quiet." He touched the black wall of the chamber, his expression one of wonder. "This place, it's like a shield." The weavers were still at the entrance to the narrow passage, their angry crackling audible, but they made no further attempt to enter. It was as if an invisible barrier lay across the threshold, an energy field anathema to their nature. Dragomir, breathing heavily, leaned against the wall. He examined his knife. Its dark surface seemed even blacker in the muted light of the nidus. "The Keeper, his madness holds truth. This rock, it has unique properties. It deadens their energy." Cole, ever pragmatic, was already examining the chamber. "It's small, but defensible if they can't get in." He peered back down the narrow passage. "But we can't stay here forever. What if they just wait us out?" "They might," Valerius admitted. The immediate threat had passed, but their strategic situation was still dire. "But for now, Kalen needs rest. We all do." She looked at Makita. His color was a little better, his breathing deeper. The nidus was, for him at least, a true sanctuary. Hansen was already checking Makita's vitals. His pulse is stronger, the seizures have stopped. This place, it's giving his body a chance to recover without that constant energetic assault. She looked around the small chamber. There's not much room, but we can make him comfortable here. They settled into an uneasy respite. Dragomir took the first watch at the entrance to the narrow passage, his knife ready, though the weavers showed no sign of breaching the invisible barrier. Cole checked his useless rifle, then began methodically cleaning his sidearm, a purely kinetic weapon, but better than nothing. Valerius and Hansen tended to Makita, giving him sips of water from their canteens, water gathered from the clean seep in the keeper's cavern. Hours passed. The weavers remained, a constant, crackling reminder of their presence just beyond the Nidus's protective influence. But inside the small chamber, a fragile sense of security began to take hold. Makita slept, a deep, healing sleep. Even Cole and Hansen eventually dozed off, exhausted. Valerius found herself unable to sleep. Her mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of information they had gathered. The anomaly, the wardens, the weavers, the stone eaters, the failed ascendants, the enigmatic keeper, and now this nidus of stillness with its unique geological properties. It was a complex, terrifying ecosystem, a world within a world, operating under rules she was only beginning to glimpse. She thought of the keeper's map, of the path to the echoing labyrinth, and the fissure that might lead to the outside world. It seemed an almost impossible goal, fraught with unimaginable dangers, but it was their only hope. She looked at Dragomir, who sat silently at his post, his gaze fixed on the narrow passage. He had been through ZULPs before. He had survived. There was a resilience about him, a quiet strength that Valerius found herself increasingly relying on. "Sorin," she whispered, not wanting to wake the others. He turned his head slightly, his eyes meeting hers in the dim light. "This rock," she said, touching the dull, black wall of the nidus. "Its properties, they could be key, not just for defense but perhaps, offensively, if we could understand its composition, how it interacts with these entities." Dragomir considered this. "The keeper's knife," he said, holding up the dark blade. "It is not made of this stone, it is something else, but it has similar, negating properties. Perhaps there are affinities." Valerius nodded. "If we could find more of the material his knife is made from, or if we could somehow weaponize this basalt, even small amounts." Her scientific mind, suppressed for too long by fear and the struggle for immediate survival, was beginning to reassert itself. The anomaly was not just a series of horrors to be endured. It was a puzzle to be solved. And the solution, she was beginning to suspect, lay hidden in the very fabric of this impossible place, in its unique geology, its alien energies, its forgotten history. The thought was both daunting and exhilarating. They were not just prey. They were scientists, explorers, and even in the heart of this nightmare their mission to understand remained. Perhaps in understanding they would find their salvation. The crackling of the weavers outside the passage seemed to fade slightly, replaced by a new sound, carried on the stale air from the main tunnels. A faint, rhythmic chanting, almost musical but deeply unsettling. It was not the sorrowful song of the failed ascendants. This was something different, Something older. Dragomir tensed, his head cocking, listening intently. "That sound," he murmured. "The keeper mentioned it. Places where the old ones dream." A new dread, cold and profound, settled over Valerius. The nidus of stillness might shield them from the weavers, but it seemed they had stumbled into the periphery of yet another, perhaps even more ancient and more potent power. Their respite, she feared, was about to be shattered. Chapter 13. Dreams of the Old Ones. The chanting grew subtly louder, a polyphonic drone that seemed to vibrate in the very rock around them, bypassing their ears and resonating deep within their chests. It was a sound that felt impossibly ancient, each note laden with eons of forgotten history, of cosmic weariness and a vast, patient intelligence. Unlike the emotional outpourings of the ascendants or the raw energy of the wardens, this felt deliberate, conscious. Mikita stirred, his brow furrowing in his sleep. Hansen, jolted awake by the pervasive thrum, sat up, her eyes wide with alarm. "What is that now?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the resonant drone. Cole was instantly alert, his hand gripping his kinetic pistol. "Doesn't sound friendly." Dragomir remained at the entrance to the narrow passage, his body tense. The keeper called it the dreaming of the old ones. He said their domain was deeper. We should not be hearing this so clearly. He looked back at the nidus chamber. Unless this nidus is not just a shield, unless it's an amplifier for certain frequencies. Valerius felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck. The air in the nidus, which had felt dead and inert, now seemed to hum with a barely perceptible energy, a sympathetic resonance with the distant chanting. "You think this chamber, it's connected to them somehow." "All things in the pattern are connected," Dragomir murmured, echoing the keeper's philosophy. "Some connections are just more apparent than others." The weavers outside the passage had fallen silent. Their angry crackling was completely gone, replaced by the overwhelming drone of the chanting. Valerius wondered if the Old Ones were a power that even the weavers dared not disturb. The chanting continued, waxing and waning, its complex harmonies shifting in ways that defied human musical scales. It wasn't aggressive, not yet, but it was undeniably there, a vast, unseen presence making itself known. As Valerius listened, fragmented images began to bleed into the edges of her consciousness. Not clear visions, but impressions, sensations. Immense, cyclopean structures beneath a black sun, an ocean of swirling nebulae where thoughts took physical form, the birth and death of stars witnessed by patient, alien eyes. These were not her memories. They felt like echoes from an impossibly distant past, fragments of a consciousness that dwarfed human understanding. "They're projecting," she breathed, her hand going to her temple. "It's not just sound, it's thought, raw conceptual thought." Hansen was shaking her head, her eyes squeezed shut. "Make it stop. It's too much, too big." Cole gritted his teeth, his face pale. "Focus on something real," he muttered, his gaze fixed on the rock wall. "Don't let it in." Mikita, however, was reacting differently. He was no longer sleeping peacefully. His eyes were open, darting back and forth beneath his lids as if watching a vivid dream. A faint smile played on his lips. Such vastness, he whispered, his voice filled with awe. The scope, the ages. Kalen, Valerius hissed, shaking his shoulder gently. Don't listen, it's not for us. But Makita seemed enraptured, his consciousness caught in the psychic tide of the Old One's dreams. The part of him touched by the weaver, the part that yearned for dissolution into the pattern, seemed to resonate with this ancient, cosmic broadcast. Dragomir pushed himself away from the passage entrance. The weavers are gone, or at least they've pulled back significantly, but this is worse. He looked around the nidus. This place might protect us from raw energy, but it offers no defense against this. The projected thoughts intensified. Valerius felt a crushing weight of existential insignificance, a dizzying sense of her own brief, fragile existence in the face of such unimaginable antiquity and scale. It wasn't an attack, but the sheer immensity of the alien consciousness was overwhelming, threatening to erode her sense of self, to dissolve her identity into its vast, indifferent ocean of thought. "We have to get out of here," Cole said, his voice strained, his knuckles white where he gripped his pistol. "This place, it's a bloody echo chamber for whatever those things are." "But where do we go?" Hansen cried, her hands pressed over her ears as if that could stop the mental intrusion. "The weavers are still out there." "They might be the lesser threat now," Dragomir said grimly. He consulted the keeper's slate, though his hand was visibly trembling. "The path to the echoing labyrinth. It leads away from the direction of this chanting, deeper into the tunnel system, but laterally. It might take us out of the main broadcast area." "If Kalen can move," Valerius said, looking at the engineer, who was now murmuring complex, nonsensical phrases, his eyes alight with a feverish, second-hand enlightenment. "This is affecting him profoundly." "We carry him," Dragomir stated flatly. "If we stay here, we all succumb to this dreaming." He met Valerius's eyes. "Genova, you have the strongest mental discipline here apart from perhaps myself. You need to try and shield your thoughts, focus on specifics, the mission, the science, anything concrete. Don't let your mind drift into their ocean." Valerius nodded, her throat tight. She understood. This was a battle of wills, a fight to maintain her own sanity against a psychic tide that threatened to drown her. She focused on the periodic table, on the equations for general relativity, on the intricate crystal structures of silicate minerals. Anything mundane, anything ordered, anything human. They roused Makita. He was pliable, his eyes unfocused, a faint, almost ecstatic smile on his lips. He offered no resistance as they pulled him to his feet. It was like leading a sleepwalker, a holy fool lost in cosmic visions. Leaving the nidus of stillness was a risk. The weavers could still be nearby, but the insidious, mind-eroding pressure of the Old One's dreams was a far more terrifying prospect. As they squeezed back into the narrow passage leading out of the nidus, Valerius felt a slight lessening of the psychic pressure, as if the unique rock of the chamber had indeed been amplifying the effect. Once back in the main tunnel, the chanting was still audible, a pervasive, subterranean thrum, but the overwhelming flood of alien thoughts and images had receded to a more manageable, though still deeply unsettling, background radiation. The weavers were nowhere to be seen or heard. It seemed the Old One's dreaming had indeed cleared their immediate vicinity. They followed the keeper's map, Dragomir leading them through a series of branching tunnels, some so low they had to stoop, others opening into vast, echoing caverns where the sound of dripping water was the only counterpoint to the distant, eternal chanting. The path was relentlessly downward, deeper into the bowels of the earth, deeper into the anomaly. Makita remained in a state of beatific detachment, occasionally murmuring about galaxies birthing in silence or the equations of becoming. Valerius found it increasingly disturbing. He was not merely hallucinating. He seemed to be genuinely, if passively, receiving and comprehending fragments of the Old One's cosmic dream. The Weaver's touch had not just damaged him. It had opened him up, made him a receptive antenna for the deepest, most alien layers of the anomaly. After several more hours of exhausting travel, the character of the tunnels began to change again. The rock walls became smoother, almost polished, and were covered in faint, intricate carvings, similar to those Valerius had seen in the keeper's shelter and on the warden's body. But these were far more ancient, worn down by unimaginable eons. The air grew colder, and the distant chanting seemed to resolve, its source feeling closer, more defined. Dragomir paused at the entrance to a vast cavern, larger than any they had yet encountered. The keeper's slate indicated this was the threshold he had promised to lead them to. The echoing labyrinth, Dragomir announced, his voice hushed. The cavern before them was a dizzying spectacle. It was not a single, open space, but a colossal network of interconnected pillars, arches, and natural bridges, all carved from the same smooth, ancient stone, all covered in those intricate, eroding symbols. These structures formed a three-dimensional maze that stretched away into darkness, its true extent impossible to gauge. A faint, ambient luminescence, different from the crystal light or the warden's glare, seemed to emanate from the stone itself, casting a ghostly, preternatural glow over everything. And the sound, the chanting of the Old Ones was still present, a deep bass note in the symphony of this place, but now it was overlaid with a chorus of whispers. Thousands upon thousands of whispers, echoing and re-echoing through the labyrinthine structures. These were not the focused, hungry whispers of the failed ascendants, nor the seductive psychic suggestions of the warden. These were memories. Fragmented voices, snatches of conversation, cries of pain, shouts of discovery, dying breaths, all trapped, endlessly reverberating in the stone. It can't hold the perimeter. The stars are wrong. Eleanor, I'm so sorry. I found it, the source, it's beautiful. It's in my head, get it out. These were the echoes of past expeditions, Valerius realized with a sickening lurch. The voices of those who had come before, those who had been lost, their final moments, their thoughts, their fears, all imprinted on this terrible place. The keeper had said the labyrinth was where memories became tangible. This is it, Dragomir said, his voice heavy. From here, the keeper said, we must listen to the echoes, that they will guide us, or consume us. He looked at the bewildering, whispering maze before them. The fissure. It lies somewhere within this madness. Mikita, standing beside them, his eyes still unfocused but now tinged with a profound sadness, spoke. "They're all here," he whispered, his voice filled with a sorrow that seemed to encompass all the lost souls whose voices echoed around them. All the ones who were, unwritten, their patterns, linger. He then looked directly at Valerius, a flicker of his old self, his old lucidity shining through the cosmic haze. "Genova, be careful, some echoes. They don't want to be forgotten, and some are hungry for new voices to join their song." The echoing labyrinth awaited, a mausoleum of lost hopes and lingering consciousness, where their only guides were the whispers of the damned. Chapter 14. The Chorus of the Lost. Stepping into the echoing labyrinth was like walking into a living tomb. The air was cold, still, and thick with the murmur of countless voices, a constant, sibilant chorus that seemed to seep into Valerius's very bones. The ambient light from the carved stone structures cast confusing shadows, making the labyrinthine pathways shift and writhe before her eyes. It was disorienting, a place designed to unravel the senses and the sanity. Dragomir took the lead, his flashlight beam cutting a swathe through the ghostly gloom, though its light seemed to be swallowed by the sheer scale of the cavern. He moved slowly, cautiously, constantly referring to the keeper's slate, though its directions were becoming increasingly vague, more conceptual than geographical. He marked, "Follow the whispers of seeking, shun the chorus of despair," Dragomir muttered, trying to decipher the mad cartographer's intent. How, Valerius wondered, were they supposed to distinguish between different kinds of whispers when the air itself was a cacophony of lost souls? The voices swirled around them, a confusing tapestry of fear, hope, anger, and regret. The readings are off the charts, a new form of energy. "My leg, I think it's broken. Don't leave me. We claim this for the Foundation. It's so dark, I can't see, Mother." Cole, his face grim, stuck close to Hansen, who was visibly distressed, her hands often straying to her ears as if to block out the incessant murmuring. Mikita, supported between Valerius and Hansen, walked with a strange, almost reverent gait, his head tilted as if listening intently to a specific voice in the multitude. "They're trying to tell us something," Mikita whispered, his eyes unfocused. "Stories, warnings, regrets." "Don't listen too closely, Kaelin," Valerius warned, though her own mind was struggling to filter the overwhelming sensory input. Some whispers were faint, distant, like half-forgotten dreams. Others were sharp, clear, as if the speaker were standing right beside them. Sometimes she thought she could almost see them, faint, translucent outlines flickering at the periphery of her vision, gone when she tried to look directly. The labyrinth was not just a collection of sounds. It was a psychic resonant chamber, amplifying the lingering emotional and mental imprints of those who had perished here. The keeper said the fissure. "It breathes," Dragomir said, pausing at a junction where multiple pathways diverged, each leading into deeper shadow. "We need to find a current of air, some sign of an opening to the surface." They tested each passage, but the air remained stubbornly still, heavy with the scent of ancient stone and the psychic residue of the lost. The whispers seemed to mock their efforts, swirling around them, sometimes seeming to coalesce into coherent, taunting phrases. "Lost like us. No way out, only deeper in. Join the chorus. Your voice will be beautiful. These things, they're active, Cole said, his hand tightening on his pistol. They're not just echoes, they're aware. Valerius had to agree. There was a subtle intelligence to the way the whispers shifted, the way they seemed to respond to their presence, their thoughts, their fears. It was as if the collective consciousness of the labyrinth was a malevolent entity in itself. As they pressed deeper into the maze, following a path that Dragomir hoped, based on the keeper's cryptic clues, led towards a place where the stone thins, the whispers began to take on a more personal, insidious quality. Valeria started hearing voices that sounded like her deceased parents, murmuring words of disappointment. Cole flinched, once muttering about orders he'd failed to follow on a past mission. Hansen began to weep softly, whispering the name of a lost loved one. The labyrinth was preying on their individual traumas, their deepest regrets, using their own memories to augment its chorus of despair. "It's trying to break us," Dragomir said, his voice tight, his own face pale and drawn. Even he was not immune. "Focus. It's using our own minds against us. These are not real." But they felt real. The emotional impact was devastating. Valerius found herself struggling against a wave of guilt and sorrow, the voices of her past echoing in her mind, mingling with the ghostly chorus of the labyrinth. It was Mikita who inadvertently showed them a way. He had been largely silent, lost in his own communion with the whispers. Suddenly he stopped, his head cocked. "That one," he said, pointing down a narrow, dark passage they had been about to dismiss. "That voice, it's not like the others, it's clearer, less entangled." Valerius listened. Amidst the cacophony, she could just make out a faint, clear voice, a woman, speaking with a strange, detached calm. "The frequency aligns. The rock attenuates the primary field. A narrow window must recalibrate the resonator." It sounded like a scientist, a researcher, someone like her, and there was no despair in that voice, only focused determination. "What is it, Kalen?" Valerius asked. "She's talking about escape," Mikita whispered, a flicker of his old self in his eyes. "A way to negate the field. A resonator. She's close." Dragomir looked at the passage, then at the keeper's slate. "This path, it is marked as the way of shattered hope. The keeper did not recommend it." "But that voice," Valerius insisted, "it's different. It's not trying to pull us down, it's analytical." She remembered the keeper's advice, follow the whispers of seeking. Could this be one? Cole was skeptical. Could be a trap, something to lure us in. "Everything here is a trap, Cole," Valerius retorted. "But this is the first voice I've heard that sounds like a plan." She looked at Dragomir. "We should investigate." Dragomir hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, but we proceed with extreme caution. If it feels wrong, we pull back immediately." They entered the narrow passage. The general chorus of whispers faded slightly, as if the dominant psychic energy here was that of the single, clear voice. As they advanced, the voice grew stronger, more detailed. "The harmonic cascade is the key. If I can stabilize the C-field emitter, bypass the primary absorption. Yes, the exit signature is faint but detectable, northwest, elevation delta, scientific jargon, calculations, a mind clearly working on an escape route, even as it was being imprinted onto the labyrinth. The passage opened into a small, circular chamber, not unlike the nidus of stillness, but the walls here were covered in equations, diagrams, and notes, frantically scratched into the stone, apparently with a sharp rock. In the center of the chamber sat a figure, hunched over a collection of what looked like scavenged equipment, wires, broken pieces of metal, strange crystalline components. It was a woman, or what had once been a woman. Her form was translucent, shimmering faintly like a heat haze. A failed ascendant, Valerius realized, but different from the black, sorrowful figures they had encountered before. This one still retained a semblance of her human form, her features discernible, her expression one of intense, frustrated concentration. She was oblivious to their presence, completely absorbed in her work, her ghostly hands moving over the scavenged components. The clear, analytical voice they had been hearing was emanating directly from her. A failure point in the matrix must recalculate the decay constant. The window is closing. She's one of them, Cole breathed, raising his pistol, then lowering it, realizing its futility. But she's different. She's still trying to solve it, Valerius said, a sense of awe mixing with her fear. Even as an echo, even as a ghost, she's still working on a way out. Dragomir approached the shimmering figure cautiously. "Can you hear us?" The translucent woman didn't react, her ghostly fingers still manipulating the non-existent controls of her scavenged device. Her voice continued its calm, analytical monologue. Mikita, however, stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the shimmering scientist. "She's close," he whispered. The resonator, it's almost complete. It could disrupt the labyrinth's hold, briefly create a quiet path." He then looked at a section of the wall where the ghostly scientist had scratched a complex diagram. "And she's found the fissure, the way out, her calculations. They point to it." Valerius looked at the diagram. It was a chaotic jumble of symbols and equations, but amidst it she could discern what looked like a geological map, a representation of tunnel systems, and a single, highlighted pathway leading to a symbol that clearly represented an opening, a vent. And there were coordinates, or something resembling them. "Can you understand this, Kalen?" Valerius asked, her heart pounding. Mikita nodded slowly, his eyes tracing the ghostly scientist's calculations. "Yes, I think so. The anomaly, the weaver's touch, it changed my perception of patterns, of energy, her math. It makes a terrible kind of sense." He pointed to a specific point on the diagram. "The fissure. It's that way, not far, but the path is unstable, guarded." The ghostly scientist suddenly looked up, her translucent eyes focusing on Mikita, then on Valerius. For a moment her calm, analytical voice faltered, replaced by a whisper filled with a chilling, ghostly sorrow. "So many failures." Then her gaze sharpened again, a spark of her former intellect flaring. "The resonator, it needs a catalyst, a living mind, to bridge the final gap, to stabilize the harmonic." Her shimmering eyes fixed on Mikita. You are attuned." A terrible understanding dawned on Valerius. This echo wasn't just working on an escape, she was working on a device. And it needed a component she no longer possessed, a living, attuned consciousness, like Mikita's. The ghostly scientist raised a shimmering hand, beckoning Mikita forward. Complete the circuit. Open the way. One last chance. The labyrinth had offered them a guide, but the price of that guidance, Valerius suspected, might be Kalen Mikita himself. Chapter 15. The Catalyst and the Cost. Mikita took a step towards the shimmering, translucent scientist, his expression a strange mixture of fear, awe, and a dawning, terrible understanding. The ghostly woman's eyes, filled with an ancient, weary intelligence, never left him. Her beckoning hand, insubstantial as smoke, seemed to promise both salvation and sacrifice. Kalen, no, Valerius cried, grabbing his arm. His flesh felt cold, clammy. You don't know what she wants, what that resonator will do to you. She wants to open the way, Genova, Mikita whispered, his gaze still locked with the ghostly scientist's. The fissure, it's real. Her calculations are elegant, but the labyrinth, its psychic field, it suppresses the exit signature, her device. It's designed to create a temporary null space, a path through the interference. He looked at the collection of scavenged, ghostly components before the scientist. But the final focusing crystal, it's missing, or rather, it needs to be living. She wants to use you as a component, Cole said bluntly, his hand tightening on his pistol, though he knew it was useless against this ethereal being. Like a bloody battery. The ghostly scientist's voice echoed in the chamber, calm, detached, yet with an undercurrent of desperate urgency. The organic mind, uniquely capable of processing the quantum fluctuations, of stabilizing the chronoton field, a willing catalyst to bridge the entropic decay. She's saying it needs a conscious, attuned mind to complete the circuit, Valerius translated, her own scientific vocabulary aligning with the ghost's technobabble. And Kalen, after the Weaver's touch, after the Old One's dreaming, he's uniquely attuned to the anomaly's energies. Dragomir stepped forward, placing himself slightly in front of Mikita. What happens to the catalyst? He asked, his voice directed at the shimmering figure. The ghost scientist tilted her head, her translucent features unreadable. The energy required to stabilize the null space is considerable. The catalyst will be expended, its pattern diffused into the labyrinth, a final echo, contributing to the greater understanding. Expended, diffused, a final echo, euphemisms for death, for absorption into this psychic mausoleum. No, Hansen said firmly, her fear momentarily replaced by a fierce protectiveness. Absolutely not. We're not sacrificing anyone. Mikita, however, gently disengaged Valerius's grip. He looked at his companions, and for the first time in what felt like days, his eyes were entirely clear, entirely his own. The cosmic awe, the vacant enlightenment, it was gone. In its place was a quiet, somber resolve. She's right, Mikita said, his voice surprisingly steady. I can feel it, the fissure. It's there, and this is the only way to reach it, the labyrinth. It won't let us leave otherwise. It will wear us down, break us, add our voices to its chorus. He looked at the ghostly scientist. Her work, it's been corrupted by this place, twisted into this, but the core of it, the science, its sound. He took a deep breath. I'm already marked, changed, the weaver. It left a back door in my mind, the old ones. They widened it. I can feel the anomaly all the time now. It's pulling at me, trying to unravel me from the inside. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. If I'm going to be expended anyway, I'd rather it be for a purpose, to get you all out. Kalen, don't be a fool, Cole growled. There has to be another way. Is there, Cole? Makita countered gently. Look around you, this place. It doesn't offer other ways. It offers choices, usually between bad and worse. He looked at Valerius. Genova, you understand the science. You know this isn't just mysticism. There are energies here, fields that we barely comprehend. Her device, it's a desperate measure, but it's based on principles that I can now almost grasp. Valerius felt a terrible conflict within her. Her scientific mind acknowledged the horrifying logic of what Makita and the ghost scientist were proposing. The anomaly operated on principles that defied conventional physics. A solution might require equally unconventional, even sacrificial measures. But her loyalty to her friend, her team member, rebelled against the idea. There has to be a modification, Valerius argued, turning to the shimmering scientist. A way to shield the catalyst, to minimize the energy drain. The ghost scientist's calm, analytical voice cut her off. The parameters are absolute. The labyrinth's field strength requires a full-spectrum cascade. Attenuation would render the null space unstable. The catalyst must fully integrate. Full integration, complete absorption. I accept, Makita said, his voice quiet but firm. He stepped forward towards the ghostly figure and her ethereal device. Kalen, Hansen cried, reaching for him, but Dragomir gently held her back. His expression was grim, but there was a reluctant understanding in his eyes. He had seen sacrifices made in other ZULPs, knew the harsh calculus of survival in such places. Valerius felt tears welling in her eyes. We can't just let you. You're not letting me, Genova, Makita said, pausing before the ghost. I'm choosing this. It's the most logical application of my current condition. He managed a weak, familiar smile, the Kalen Makita she knew, shining through one last time. Make sure, my research notes. Get back if you make it. Someone needs to understand what this place does to people. He then turned to the ghost scientist. I am ready. The shimmering woman nodded, a flicker of something that might have been ghostly approval in her translucent eyes. She gestured towards the center of her array of scavenged components, where a space seemed to be waiting. Assume the focal position. Synchronize your neural pathways with the primary matrix. I will initiate the energy cascade. Makita knelt, then lay down, positioning himself within the ghostly outline of the device. As he did, faint lines of light, ethereal circuits, seemed to connect from the scavenged components to his body, bathing him in a soft, pulsating glow. He closed his eyes, his face serene. The ghost scientist raised her shimmering hands. The air in the chamber grew thick, charged. The ambient whispers of the labyrinth seemed to recede, replaced by a rising, high-frequency hum emanating from the resonator device, and from Makita himself. Kalen, Valerius whispered, her voice choked. Makita's body began to glow brighter, the light within him matching the ethereal luminescence of the ghost scientist and her device. His features became indistinct, his form starting to shimmer, to lose its solidity. He was becoming translucent, just like the ghostly scientist. The hum intensified, becoming almost painful. Valerius could feel the psychic pressure of the labyrinth outside the chamber building, as if resisting, fighting against the formation of this null space. Then the ghost scientist spoke, her voice no longer calm and analytical but filled with a sudden triumphant intensity. The cascade is stable, the null field is forming, the way is open, northwest. Follow the silence. Now, before the labyrinth compensates. A section of the far wall of the chamber, the one the ghost scientist's diagrams had indicated, began to shimmer, to become transparent. Through it, Valerius could see not solid rock, but a narrow, dark passage, blessedly free of the labyrinth's oppressive whispers. A path of silence. Mikita's form was now almost entirely ethereal, a faint, human-shaped outline of glowing energy, his individual features lost. But Valerius could hear his voice, not with her ears but in her mind, a faint, clear whisper cutting through the rising hum. Go Genova, it's beautiful here, all the patterns, connected. His voice was filled with a profound, unearthly peace. Then it faded, absorbed into the energy of the device. The ghost scientist, her own form now blazing with an almost unbearable light, pointed towards the shimmering opening. The fissure. It will not last. Run. Tears streaming down her face, Valerius turned. Dragomir was already pulling a stunned Hansen towards the opening. Cole, his face a mask of conflicted emotions, hesitated, looking back at the radiant, fatting form of Kalen Mikita. He made his choice, Cole, Dragomir yelled over the deafening hum. Honor it, move. Cole nodded curtly, then plunged into the passage of silence. Valerius took one last look at Mikita, now little more than a star of light within the ghostly machine, his sacrifice holding back the tide of madness. Then she turned and followed her team, running from the chorus of the lost, running towards a desperate, fragile hope, purchased at an unimaginable cost. The silence of the new passage was a stark contrast to the labyrinth, but it was a silence filled with the deafening echo of Kalen Mikita's final gift. Chapter 16: The Silent Path. The passage created by Mikita's sacrifice was eerily silent. The oppressive chorus of the labyrinth, the constant psychic pressure, it was all gone, replaced by a profound, almost unnerving stillness. The air was cool, fresh, and for the first time since entering the anomaly, Valerius could smell the faint, clean scent of undisturbed stone and damp earth, untainted by metallic taints or the cloying sweetness of alien flora. The passage was narrow, winding, and sloped steeply upwards. The walls were natural rock, uncarved, unadorned. It felt like a genuine geological formation, a natural flaw in the mountain's structure, hidden and protected by the labyrinth's psychic field until Mikita's sacrifice had momentarily neutralized it. Dragomir led the way, his flashlight beam steady, his pace urgent. Behind him, Hansen stumbled, still dazed, tears silently tracing paths through the grime on her face. Cole followed her, his expression grim, his gaze constantly sweeping their surroundings. Valerius brought up the rear, her mind a tumult of grief, guilt, and a desperate, flickering hope. Kaelin's last words, his peaceful acceptance, echoed in her thoughts, a counterpoint to the silence of the tunnel. Go, Genova, it's beautiful here. Had he truly found peace? Or was it the ultimate deception of the anomaly, a final, seductive illusion before his consciousness was entirely consumed? She didn't know. She couldn't afford to dwell on it. Not yet. Their escape, his sacrifice, demanded that they survive. The silence, while a relief, was also unsettling. After days of being bombarded by noise, the hum of the anomaly, the whispers, the roars, the chanting, the utter lack of sound felt unnatural, like being in a vacuum. Every footstep, every ragged breath seemed amplified, intrusive. How long do you think this null space will last? Cole asked, his voice a low rumble that seemed to fill the narrow passage. Dragomir didn't break stride. The ghost scientist said, before the labyrinth compensates. That doesn't sound like a long time. We need to keep moving. The upward slope was relentless, and their already exhausted bodies protested. Valerius's thighs burned, her lungs ached. But the thought of the labyrinth reasserting its hold, of the whispers returning, spurred her on. After what felt like an eternity, the passage began to level out. The air grew fresher, cooler, and Valerius thought she could detect a faint draft, a subtle movement of air against her skin. "Do you feel that?" she panted. "Airflow." Dragomir paused, holding up a hand. He wet a finger and held it aloft. "Yes, coming from ahead, we're getting closer." A new energy filled them. They pushed onward, their pace quickening despite their exhaustion. The passage twisted one last time, then opened abruptly into a larger space. It was not a cavern but a vast, vertical shaft, disappearing into darkness above and below. And cutting through the center of this shaft from somewhere high above was a single, pure beam of moonlight. It was the most beautiful thing Valerius had ever seen. The moonlight, pale and silvery, illuminated a narrow, precarious rock ledge that circled the shaft. The air here was cold, crisp, and carried the unmistakable scent of pine needles and damp earth, the scent of the outside world. "The fissure," Hansen breathed, her voice filled with awe, tears streaming down her face again, but this time they were tears of relief, of disbelief. "The keeper wasn't lying," Cole said, his voice gruff with emotion. He looked up, towards the distant point of light from which the moonlight emanated. "It's a straight shot up." The shaft was immense, hundreds, perhaps thousands of feet high. The rock walls were sheer, offering few handholds, but the ledge, though narrow, seemed to spiral upwards. "This is it," Dragomir said, his usual stoicism tinged with a rare note of hope. "This is our way out." He looked back at the dark passage from which they had emerged. The labyrinth's silence. "It won't last much longer. We need to be out of this shaft before it finds us again." The climb was terrifying. The ledge was often no more than 2 feet wide, crumbling at the edges. A single misstep would mean a fatal plunge into the darkness below. They pressed themselves flat against the cold rock wall, moving slowly, deliberately. The moonlight, while a beacon, also cast long, deceptive shadows, making it difficult to judge distances and footholds. Valerius tried not to look down. She focused on the patch of rock directly in front of her, on the rhythm of her breathing, on the encouraging grunts of Cole ahead of her as he tested each section of the ledge before allowing Hansen to proceed. Dragomir, at the rear, seemed as sure-footed as a mountain goat, his presence a quiet reassurance. As they ascended, the point of light above grew larger, resolving into a jagged, irregular opening in the mountainside, the fissure. Through it, Valerius could see stars, real stars in a familiar night sky. The sight was so overwhelmingly normal, so achingly yearned for, that it brought fresh tears to her eyes. They were perhaps halfway up the shaft when Hansen cried out, "The whispers, I can hear them again." Valerius paused, her heart sinking. She strained her ears. Faintly, very faintly, carried on the draft from below, she could hear it, the distant, insidious murmur of the echoing labyrinth. The null space created by Mikita's sacrifice was collapsing. The labyrinth was reasserting its hold. So close, you cannot escape. Join us, stay, forever. The whispers were weak, distorted by distance and the natural acoustics of the shaft, but they were undeniably there, a chilling reminder of the horrors they had barely escaped. "It's breaking through," Cole said, his voice tight. "We need to move faster." But faster was not an option on the treacherous ledge. Panic now warred with the need for caution. Valerius could feel the familiar, unsettling pressure building at the edges of her consciousness, the labyrinth trying to reclaim its lost prey. "Don't listen to them, Lena," she called out to Hansen, who was faltering ahead. "Focus on the light, we're almost there." The whispers grew stronger, clearer, as if the labyrinth was focusing its psychic energy up the shaft like a malevolent beam. Valerius could hear Kaelin's voice among them now, no longer peaceful but filled with a hollow, echoing sorrow. "Genova, it's so cold. Without the pattern, why did you leave?" "He's not Kaelin," Valerius shouted, as much to convince herself as Hansen. "It's the labyrinth twisting his memory." The fissure was tantalizingly close now, perhaps another 100 feet above them. They could feel the wind from it, cold and fresh, a promise of freedom. Then the rock beneath Valerius's feet trembled. Not a subtle vibration like the warden's energy, but a genuine geological tremor. Loose pebbles rained down from above. "Earthquake," Cole yelled, flattening himself against the wall. Dragomir looked down into the darkness of the shaft, then up towards the fissure. "No, the anomaly. It's reacting. The labyrinth. It's part of the mountains. Consciousness. We are escaping its dream. It doesn't like it." The shaft groaned, a deep, resonant sound like tortured stone. More rocks tumbled down, one striking Cole's shoulder with a glancing blow, drawing a grunt of pain. The ledge itself seemed to tilt precariously. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a chorus of rage and despair, now accompanied by a new sound, the grinding, rasping sound of the stone eaters, echoing up from the depths. The labyrinth was calling upon its physical guardians. "It's now or never," Dragomir roared over the din. "Climb, don't stop for anything." Abandoning all pretense of caution, they scrambled upwards, their fingers raw, their bodies screaming in protest. The fissure loomed above them, a gateway to sanity, to survival. Valerius was a few feet below Hansen when a larger tremor shook the shaft. The section of ledge Hansen was on cracked groaned, and then, with horrifying suddenness, broke away. Hansen screamed, a raw, terrified sound as she plunged into the darkness. Chapter 17. The Surface of a Nightmare. "Lena!" Valerius shrieked, her hand shooting out, grasping blindly. But Hansen was already gone, her scream swallowed by the immense darkness of the shaft and the rising chorus of the labyrinth. For a horrifying moment, Valerius stared at the empty space where her friend had been, her mind unable to process the sudden, brutal loss. "Keep moving, Doc," Cole roared from above, his voice hoarse with anguish and urgency. He had seen it too. "We can't help her, we have to get out." Grief, cold and sharp, lanced through Valerius, but Cole was right. To hesitate now would mean Hansen's sacrifice, Mikita's sacrifice, would all be for nothing. With a sob that tore at her throat, she forced herself to look up, to find the next handhold to keep climbing. The shaft was now a cacophony of terror. The whispers of the labyrinth were a deafening torrent, filled with triumphant malice. The grinding of the stone eaters was closer, echoing from below as if they were ascending the shaft itself. The tremors were almost constant, the rock groaning and shifting around them. Valerius, Cole, and Dragomir scrambled the last few feet in a desperate, adrenaline-fueled rush. Cole was the first to reach the fissure, hauling himself over the jagged lip of rock and onto the relative safety of the mountainside beyond. He immediately turned, reaching down to help Valerius. His hand, rough and strong, closed around her forearm, pulling her up, out of the screaming darkness of the shaft. Dragomir was right behind her, his movements still remarkably agile despite the chaos. He vaulted over the edge, landing lightly beside them. They were out. They lay panting on a steep, rocky slope, the cold night air a shock to their lungs after the stagnant atmosphere of the anomaly's depths. Above them, a vast, star-dusted sky arched, indifferent and beautiful. The moon, a silver crescent, cast a pale light over a landscape of snow-dusted peaks and dark, silent forests. It was the real world, the surface. But the nightmare was not entirely over. The ground beneath them still trembled, and from the fissure they had just exited, the horrifying chorus of the labyrinth billowed out like a physical miasma, a wave of psychic despair that washed over them even here. And the grinding sounds of the stone eaters were getting louder, closer to the opening. They're coming out," Cole gasped, pointing a trembling finger towards the fissure. A massive, blocky stone arm, ending in jagged crystals, appeared at the lip of the opening, clawing for purchase. A low, guttural rumble echoed from within. A stone eater, one of the golem-like guardians, was attempting to force its way out of the anomaly and into their world. "We have to seal it," Dragomir said, his voice grim. He looked around frantically. "Rocks, anything. We can't let that thing or the labyrinth's influence gain a foothold out here." The mountainside around the fissure was a jumble of loose boulders and scree, debris from countless avalanches and rock falls. It was a perilous, unstable slope, but it offered ammunition. Ignoring their exhaustion, their grief, their terror, they began to heave in Sisyphusian struggle against the anomaly. Valerius, Cole, and Dragomir grabbed the largest rocks they could manage, rolling and pushing them towards the fissure. The stone eater was halfway out now, its massive, featureless head emerging, the faint, dying ember light in its eye sockets flaring with malevolent intent as it surveyed the new, open landscape. Their first few rocks bounced harmlessly off its stony hide, but as they dislodged larger and larger boulders, sending them crashing down onto the emerging golem, it began to falter. One massive slab of rock, dislodged by their combined effort, struck the stone eater squarely on its head, causing it to roar in something that might have been pain, its form wavering. "Keep going," Cole yelled, his face a mask of desperate fury. He was channeling all his grief and rage into this final, impossible battle. More boulders rained down, striking the stone eater, striking the edges of the fissure. The creature, already struggling to navigate the narrow opening, began to lose its purchase. With a final, frustrated roar, its grip slipped, and it tumbled back into the darkness of the shaft, its grinding sounds receding into the depths. But the whispers of the labyrinth still poured out, a chilling, invisible tide. "It's not enough," Valerius cried. "We need to close the opening itself." Dragomir pointed upwards, towards a massive, precariously balanced overhang of rock and snow directly above the fissure. "There, if we can trigger an avalanche, it might seal the passage." It was incredibly risky. A mistimed or uncontrolled avalanche could sweep them all away. But the alternative, allowing the labyrinth's psychic poison to bleed out into the world, was unthinkable. "How?" Cole demanded. "We don't have explosives." Dragomir scanned the overhang. "We don't need them. The slope is unstable. A focused, percussive force might be enough." He looked at Cole's useless pulse rifle. "That rifle, even without a power cell, it's heavy. If we can get above the overhang, use it as a dead weight, strike the keystone rocks." It was a long shot, a desperate improvisation, but they had no other options. Leaving Valerius to watch the fissure for any further incursions, though only the chilling whispers now emerged, Cole and Dragomir began a perilous climb up the steep slope, seeking a position above the overhang. The ground still trembled intermittently, a reminder that the anomaly below was far from quiescent. Valerius watched them, her heart in her throat. She felt utterly helpless, her scientific knowledge useless in this raw, physical struggle. She could only pray that their desperate gamble would work. The whispers from the fissure eddied around her, trying to find purchase in her exhausted mind, murmuring of Lena's final moments, of Kaelin's peaceful dissolution. She fought them back, focusing on the cold, clean air, the distant stars, the reality of the surface world. After what seemed an age, she saw Cole and Dragomir position themselves above the massive rock and snow overhang. She saw Cole lift the heavy, inert pulse rifle. He and Dragomir seemed to confer, then, with a coordinated heave, they swung the rifle like a battering ram against a section of rock at the base of the overhang. Nothing happened. They tried again, and again. Each impact was a dull thud, seemingly insignificant against the immense mass of the mountain. The whispers from the fissure seemed to mock her, growing louder, more confident. "Futile. You cannot silence us. We are eternal." Then, on their fifth attempt, there was a different sound. A sharp crack, like a giant bone snapping. A visible tremor ran through the overhang. Small streams of snow and pebbles began to cascade down. "It's going!" Valerius screamed, scrambling back, away from the direct path of the potential avalanche. Cole and Dragomir, seeing their success, threw themselves sideways, trying to get clear. With a groan that seemed to come from the heart of the mountain, the massive overhang of rock and snow tore loose. It plunged downwards with terrifying speed, a roaring, grinding wave of white and gray, aimed directly at the fissure. The avalanche struck with colossal force. Snow, rock, and ice poured into the fissure, a solid plug driven by tons of debris. The ground bucked violently, and Valerius was thrown from her feet. The roar of the avalanche was deafening, momentarily drowning out even the whispers of the labyrinth. When the chaos subsided, when the last rumbles of the avalanche faded into the cold night air, a profound silence descended. Valerius, bruised and covered in snow, pushed herself up. The fissure was gone, sealed, buried under a massive, newly formed slope of avalanche debris. And the whispers were silent, truly silent. The psychic pressure that had been bleeding from the anomaly was gone, cut off. Cole and Dragomir, having narrowly avoided being swept away, made their way down the new, unstable slope. They were battered, bruised, but alive. They stood beside Valerius, looking at the sealed fissure, their chests heaving, their faces etched with exhaustion and a fragile Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. "Is it over?" Cole finally asked, his voice barely a whisper. Dragomir touched the newly settled rock and snow. "The passage is blocked, for now mountains shift, anomalies endure." He looked out at the vast, silent wilderness surrounding them. "But we are out, and it is contained." They had survived. They had escaped the anomaly, sealed its breach. But the cost had been immense. Lena Hansen, Kaylin Makita, Anya Sharma, their faces, their voices, their sacrifices would haunt Valerius forever. The surface of this world, once so familiar, now felt alien, tainted by the horrors they had witnessed, by the knowledge of what lay dormant beneath the earth. They had returned from a place that should not exist, carrying wounds that were more than just physical. As the first, pale light of dawn began to touch the highest peaks, casting the snow in hues of pink and gold, Valerius knew that their journey was far from over. They had to get back to civilization, to report what they had found, to warn a world that was blissfully ignorant of the terrors that slept beneath its feet. And she had to ensure that Kalen's research, his final, desperate insights into the anomaly, were not lost. The anomaly was contained, but the memory of it, the knowledge of it, would be a burden they would carry for the rest of their lives. The silence of the mountains was a fragile peace, a temporary reprieve. For Valerius knew with a chilling certainty that the pattern endured, and its dreams were patient. Chapter 18: The Lingering Pattern. The journey back to anything resembling civilization was a brutal ordeal in itself. They were high in an uncharted Siberian mountain range, with no supplies, no communication equipment, and only the tattered remnants of their cold-weather gear. Dragomir's survival skills, honed in a lifetime of harsh environments, were all that stood between them and a slow death from exposure or starvation. He led them downwards, away from the treacherous, unstable slopes near the sealed fissure, navigating by the sun, the stars, and an almost preternatural sense of the land. They ate what they could find: tough, stringy roots Dragomir dug from the frozen earth, a few scrawny, ptarmigan-like birds he managed to snare. The nights were spent huddled together for warmth in makeshift shelters of rock and fallen branches. The silence of the wilderness, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the anomaly, yet in its own way, just as unsettling. Valerius found herself constantly looking over her shoulder, half expecting to see a shimmering distortion in the air, to hear the faint echo of whispers on the wind. The anomaly was sealed, but its psychic residue clung to her, a phantom limb of terror. Cole was withdrawn, taciturn, his grief for Sharma a raw, open wound. He moved with a grim determination, his focus solely on survival, but Valerius could see the haunted look in his eyes. It was Dragomir who remained the most stoic, though even he seemed changed, quieter, more watchful, as if he had brought a piece of the anomaly's oppressive silence back with him. After 6 grueling days, when Valerius was beginning to fear they would perish in the wilderness, they stumbled upon a disused logging track. It was little more than a pair of ruts in the earth, but it was a sign of human activity, a lifeline. They followed it for another 2 days, their strength failing, their hope dwindling with each passing hour. Finally, on the 8th day since their escape, they saw it, smoke rising from a chimney in the distance. A small, isolated cluster of cabins, a remote hunting outpost, or perhaps a forgotten settlement. The inhabitants, a handful of rugged, weather-beaten trappers and hunters, were initially suspicious of the 3 starved, ragged figures who stumbled out of the wilderness. But their story, however fragmented and unbelievable, coupled with their desperate condition, eventually elicited a grudging assistance. They were given food, shelter, and eventually passage on a supply truck heading to a slightly larger, though still remote, mining town several hundred kilometers to the south. From there, the process of reconnecting with the outside world, with the agency that had sent them into the anomaly, was a bureaucratic nightmare. Their unscheduled, unannounced reappearance, minus 2 team members and all their equipment, raised a storm of questions, suspicion, and disbelief. Valerius, as the lead scientist, bore the brunt of the debriefings. She recounted their experiences, her voice flat, devoid of emotion, as she described the entities, the shifting realities, the sacrifices. She presented Kalen's recovered research notes, which she had obsessively protected, detailing his theories on the anomaly's energetic structure. His insights gleaned from the Weaver's touch and the Old One's dreams. The agency officials listened, their faces impassive. Some clearly thought she was mad, suffering from trauma-induced psychosis. Others, those who had dealt with ZULPs before, listened with a grim, dawning understanding. The Viridian anomaly had always been considered exceptionally dangerous, exceptionally other. Valerius's report and the corroborating, though more laconic, testimonies of Cole and Dragomir painted a picture far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. The official story, of course, was a carefully constructed fiction. A catastrophic equipment failure, a severe geological event, tragic loss of life. Sharma, Hansen, and Mikita were declared dead, heroes lost in the pursuit of scientific knowledge. The Veridian anomaly and the mountains surrounding it were declared a permanent exclusion zone, restricted under multiple layers of military and governmental secrecy. Valerius, Cole, and Dragomir were subjected to exhaustive medical and psychological evaluations. Physically, they recovered, though the scars, Cole's shoulder, Valerius's countless cuts and bruises remained. Psychologically, the wounds were far deeper. Nightmares plagued them. Valerius would wake up screaming, the whispers of the labyrinth echoing in her ears. Cole found solace in a bottle, his easygoing demeanor replaced by a brooding anger. Dragomir simply disappeared. One day he was there, undergoing his final evaluations. The next he was gone, leaving no trace, no forwarding address. Valerius suspected he had returned to the wilderness, the only place he felt truly at home, or perhaps the only place he felt he could keep watch. Valerius tried to return to her life, to her research, but the world felt faded, mundane. After witnessing the raw, terrifying, awe-inspiring reality of the anomaly, the conventional laws of physics, the ordered world of human science, seemed like a pale imitation, a comforting illusion. She pored over Kalen's notes, trying to decipher his final, feverish equations, trying to understand the true nature of the pattern, of the entities that dwelt within it. She felt a desperate need to quantify, to categorize, to bring the horrors she had witnessed into the light of scientific understanding. It was her only way of coping, her only way of honoring the sacrifices that had been made. But the anomaly, though sealed, was not entirely gone. It began subtly, a series of unexplained seismic tremors in regions far from the exclusion zone, localized, unusual electromagnetic interference disrupting communications, reports of strange, fleeting atmospheric phenomena. Individually, they were minor, easily dismissed. But Valerius, her senses now attuned to the anomaly's subtle signatures, saw a pattern, a disturbing, spreading pattern. Then came the dreams. Not just her nightmares, but a growing number of reported cases, worldwide, of people experiencing vivid, disturbing dreams of impossible geometries, of cyclopean cities under black suns, of vast, cosmic entities. The old ones. Their dreams were beginning to seep out, to touch the collective unconscious of humanity. And the whispers, faint at first, dismissed as tinnitus, as auditory hallucinations, but they were growing, whispers on the edge of hearing in crowded rooms in the dead of night, whispers that spoke of the pattern, of unraveling, of joining a greater, unseen whole. Valerius knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that the fissure they had sealed was not the only one. Or perhaps the anomaly itself, its consciousness, its will, was too powerful to be contained by mere rock and snow. It was finding new ways to touch their world, to exert its influence. Kalen had said the anomaly was pulling at him, trying to unravel him from the inside. Valerius began to wonder if it was now pulling at their entire reality, subtly, patiently, trying to unravel the fabric of their world, to remake it in its own image. The pattern, the keeper had said, appreciates balance. Perhaps their world, their reality, had created an imbalance that the anomaly was now seeking to correct. Her research into Kaelin's notes took on a new, desperate urgency. It was no longer just about understanding, about honoring the dead. It was about finding a defense, a way to counteract the anomaly's insidious, spreading influence before it was too late, before the whispers became screams, before the dreams became reality. The Viridian anomaly was not just a localized phenomenon. It was a symptom, a harbinger, and the silence they had fought so hard to achieve was merely the calm before a storm that threatened to engulf them all. The lingering pattern was reasserting itself, and humanity, blissfully unaware, was its next target. Valerius knew she was one of the few who understood the true nature of the threat, and she was running out of time. Chapter 19. The Spreading Stain. Months turned into a year. The world moved on, oblivious. The official report on the Viridian anomaly gathered dust in classified archives. Valerius, however, found no peace. The subtle signs she had detected were becoming less subtle, more difficult to ignore, at least for those few who knew what to look for. The seismic activity intensified, small, uncharacteristic quakes occurring in geologically stable regions. These were often accompanied by reports of strange lights in the sky, not the organized patterns of aircraft, but diffuse, shifting glows reminiscent of the anomaly's shimmering veil. The electromagnetic interference became more widespread, causing sporadic disruptions to global communication networks, to GPS systems, even to power grids. Experts offered mundane explanations: solar flares, aging infrastructure, unusual weather patterns. Valerius knew better. She had managed to secure a small, under-the-radar research grant, ostensibly to study anomalous telluric currents and their psychoacoustic effects. It was a deliberately vague title that allowed her to pursue her true investigation without raising too many red flags. She gathered a small team of trusted, open-minded colleagues, a geophysicist who owed her a favor, a brilliant but eccentric mathematician, and a young, eager programmer skilled in sifting through vast amounts of data. They worked in a cramped, cluttered lab, far from the polished halls of mainstream academia. Their primary tools were Kaelin Makita's notebooks and a global network of sensors they painstakingly repurposed: seismometers, magnetometers, infrasound detectors, all feeding data into their custom algorithms, searching for the anomaly's unique signature. And they found it everywhere. Like a stain spreading through fabric, the Viridian anomaly's energetic footprint was expanding. It was faint, almost imperceptible against the background noise of the planet's natural energies, but it was undeniably there, a subtle dissonance, a parasitic harmonic. The fissure they had sealed had been a major bleed point, but it was clear now that the anomaly was not a localized phenomenon contained by mere geography. It was something far more fundamental, perhaps a bleed-through from another dimension, a place where the laws of physics were different, more malleable, more hungry. The dreams were the most disturbing aspect. The phenomenon, now dubbed Global Lucid Unrest Syndrome, or GLUS, by a bewildered psychological community, was affecting millions. People from all walks of life, all cultures, reported the same archetypal visions: cyclopean cities, alien landscapes, and a pervasive sense of being watched by vast, ancient intelligences. The old ones were no longer just dreaming within the confines of their subterranean realm. Their consciousness was touching the surface world, seeping into the collective human psyche. And the whispers, they were becoming a recognized auditory phenomenon often dismissed as a new form of industrial tinnitus or a side effect of wireless technology. But those who heard them clearly, those whose minds were perhaps more receptive, reported a disturbing coherence. They spoke of the pattern of unification, of shedding the illusion of the self. Some found it terrifying. Others, disturbingly, found it comforting, seductive. Small, isolated cults began to spring up, dedicated to the whispering way, their members exhibiting a strange, detached serenity, their eyes holding the same distant, enlightened look Valerius had seen in Caelan before his sacrifice. Cole contacted her sporadically. He had left the agency, unable to bear the bureaucracy, the cover-ups. He was working private security, drifting from one anonymous city to another, trying to outrun his ghosts. But he, too, noticed the changes. He would call her, his voice rough with alcohol and a growing paranoia, describing street preachers raving about the coming unmaking, or a sudden, inexplicable wave of hysteria gripping a crowd. He saw the anomalies touch in the growing unrest, the fracturing of social cohesion. "It's like the world's going mad, Doc," he'd slurred in one late-night call. Or maybe it's just waking up to what's really out there, and it can't handle it. Valerius's research focused on Caelan's final, desperate equations. He had been on the verge of understanding something crucial about the anomaly's interaction with their dimension, something about resonant frequencies and entropic decay. He had theorized that the anomaly was not actively malevolent in the human sense, but was simply seeking equilibrium. Its reality, its pattern, was bleeding into theirs, and their reality was, by its very nature, resistant. This resistance, this friction between two incompatible modes of existence, was what created the horrors, the entities, the cleansing. If Caelan was right, then fighting the anomaly directly was futile. It was like trying to fight the tide. What they needed was a way to harmonize, to find a way for the two realities to coexist, or at least to isolate their dimension from the anomaly's entropic influence. The keeper's knife, the nidus of stillness, these were key. Objects and places where the anomaly's energies were negated, dampened, or absorbed. They were natural counter-resonances, if she could understand the physics behind their properties. Her team made a breakthrough. The geophysicist, Dr. Aris Thorne, no relation to the disgraced ZULP theorist, a source of constant, weary clarification for Valerius, identified a unique crystalline structure in the rock samples Valerius had against all regulation smuggled out of the nidus. This crystal, when subjected to specific electromagnetic frequencies, exhibited what Thorne called cross-dimensional impedance. It didn't just block energy, it seemed to detune it, to shift its vibrational state into a harmless, non-interactive form. "It's like a Faraday cage for reality," Thorne had explained, his eyes bright with scientific excitement. "But instead of blocking electromagnetic fields, it blocks incursions from whatever pattern you encountered." The problem was, the crystal was incredibly rare, found only within the anomaly itself, or in microscopic quantities in the rocks immediately surrounding it. Synthesizing it was proving impossible with their current understanding of physics. But the knowledge gave Valerius an idea. The keeper's knife, Dragomir's strange blade, it wasn't made of the Nidus rock. It was something else, something metallic, dark, and unnaturally dense. The keeper had said it was forged in the heart of a fallen star, quenched in the tears of a dying god, poetic madness, but perhaps hinting at an extraterrestrial origin, or an artifact from a previous, unimaginably advanced civilization that had also contended with the anomaly. She needed that knife, or something like it. She tried to find Dragomir. She pulled every string, called in every favor, used every resource the agency grudgingly allowed her. But he had vanished as completely as if the anomaly itself had swallowed him. Meanwhile, the world continued its slow, subtle slide. The GLUS dreams intensified, some people now waking with physical marks, strange geometric bruises, as if they had been touched by their visions. The Whispering Way cults grew in number and influence, their message of serene nihilism finding fertile ground in an increasingly anxious and fragmented society. Isolated incidents of mass hysteria, of sudden, inexplicable violence, became more frequent. The fabric of reality was fraying at the edges. One evening, Valerius was working late in the lab, staring at Kalen's equations, a headache pounding behind her eyes. The whispers seemed louder tonight, more insistent. Her programmer, a young woman named Rena, suddenly gasped, pointing at a monitor displaying a global seismic activity map. "Dr. Valerius, look at this," Rena said, her voice trembling. "The epicenter of this new cluster of quakes. It's less than 100 miles from the Viridian exclusion zone. And the M signature. It's identical to the readings from inside the anomaly, but stronger, much stronger." Valerius felt a cold dread grip her. "It's not just spreading anymore," she whispered. "It's concentrating, focusing, as if it's preparing for something." The sealed fissure had been a temporary measure, a bandage on a mortal wound. The anomaly was stirring, gathering its strength, and its influence was no longer content to seep. It was preparing to flood. The true Viridian anomaly, she realized, was not the geographical location. It was a state of being, a way of unmaking, and it was coming for them all. Chapter 20: The Call of the Void. The news from Rena about the concentrated energy signature near the Viridian exclusion zone acted as a catalyst. Valerius knew, with a certainty that bypassed logic and settled deep in her gut, that they were out of time for subtle research and cautious observation. The anomaly was making a move, and they needed to understand what and why. She made a decision that her agency superiors would have deemed reckless, bordering on insane. She had to go back, not into the anomaly itself, that was a suicide mission without a clear objective, but to the perimeter, to the edge of the exclusion zone, to get readings, to observe firsthand what was happening. Cole was her first call. She found him in a rundown motel in some forgotten Rust Belt town, the sound of a televised baseball game and the clinking of ice in a glass audible in the background. When she told him her plan, his initial reaction was a string of slurred curses. "Are you out of your bloody mind, Doc?" he'd growled. Go back near that hellhole after what it did, after Lena, Kalen, Sharma. I don't have a choice, Cole, Valeria said, her voice firm. The readings are escalating. If we don't understand what it's doing, we can't prepare for it. And it is coming for all of us. She paused. Besides, I need a security specialist. Someone who knows what we're up against. Someone I can trust. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, broken only by the crackle of static and the distant cheers of the baseball crowd. Then Cole sighed, a sound heavy with weariness and resignation. Yeah, all right, Doc. You always did know how to pick your poison. When do we leave? Her research team, Thorne and Rena, insisted on coming. Thorne, driven by the scientific puzzle, argued that he needed to get direct readings of the cross-dimensional impedance fields. Rena, fiercely loyal and possessing a surprising staliness beneath her quiet exterior, simply stated that she wasn't going to let Valerius and Cole face it alone. Valerius, despite her misgivings about endangering them further, knew she needed their expertise. Getting to the Viridian exclusion zone was a clandestine operation in itself. They couldn't go through official channels. The agency would shut them down, confine them, for their own safety. So they went dark. Using their own limited funds, untraceable equipment, and a series of increasingly shady contacts, some of them surprisingly and worryingly connected to the burgeoning Whispering Way cults, who seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of off-grid travel routes. They made their way back to the remote Siberian wilderness. The journey was a stark reminder of their first, ill-fated expedition, but this time there was no helicopter, no agency support. Just a battered all-terrain vehicle, overloaded with scientific equipment and survival gear, pushing its way through a landscape that felt increasingly watchful. As they neared the exclusion zone, the changes became more pronounced. The wildlife was scarce, unnaturally silent. The trees were twisted, their bark covered in strange, luminescent fungi that pulsed with a faint, unhealthy light, even in the daytime. The air itself felt heavy, charged, the metallic tang Valerius remembered so vividly, now a constant presence. And the whispers, they were no longer on the edge of hearing. They were a constant, faint murmur, like wind through dead leaves, just beneath the threshold of conscious understanding, but undeniably there. Mikita's GLUS dreams were also intensifying for all of them, vivid and disturbing. Valerius found herself waking with a gasp from visions of the labyrinth, of the Lumina Warden's incandescent judgment. Cole admitted to dreaming of Sharma being unwritten over and over again. Thorne, ever the scientist, meticulously logged his own increasingly bizarre dream content, trying to find patterns. Rena, however, seemed the most affected. She grew quiet, withdrawn, her eyes holding a distant, haunted look. She confessed to Valerius that she was dreaming of the Keeper of the Ways, of his endless, shifting maps, and of a voice that promised her a place in the true pattern. They set up a temporary base camp a few miles outside the official, heavily restricted boundary of the exclusion zone, in a dilapidated, abandoned meteorological station Dragomir had once mentioned to Valerius, a place unlikely to be on any official patrol routes. From there, Thorne and Rena began setting up their sensor arrays. their faces grim as the initial readings came in. The energetic output is exponentially higher than anything we recorded from the anomaly before, Thorne reported, his voice tight with a mixture of scientific awe and raw fear. It's not just a bleed-through anymore, Genova. It's a focused projection, like a lens concentrating the anomaly's energy towards a specific point. And that point is, Valerius asked, though she already suspected the answer. Rena, her fingers flying across her keyboard, brought up a topographical map overlaid with energy readings. The fissure, Dr. Valerius, the one you sealed, all this energy, it's directed right at it. It's like it's trying to reopen it or birth something through it. A cold dread settled over Valerius. Their desperate act of sealing the fissure, of trying to contain the anomaly, might have only provoked it, forced it to concentrate its efforts, to escalate its attempts to breach their reality. Cole, who had been scouting the perimeter of their camp, returned, his face grim. "We're not alone out here, Doc. Found tracks. Recent, not animal." He produced a crude, hand-carved wooden symbol, a series of interlocking spirals and jagged lines. And they left these markers. Valerius recognized the symbol. It was one of the core ideograms of the Whispering Way cults. "They're here," she breathed. "But why?" As if in answer, a new sound reached them, carried on the biting wind. A faint, rhythmic chanting, different from the ancient, cosmic drone of the old ones, yet disturbingly similar in its hypnotic cadence. It was human voices, many of them. "The cultists," Cole said, his hand instinctively going to the heavy-caliber pistol he now carried. "What in God's name are they doing out here?" The chanting grew louder, closer. Thorne's sensors began to spike, detecting not just the anomaly's energy but a strange, sympathetic resonance coming from the direction of the chanting. "There, interacting with it," Rena whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. "They're chanting. It's harmonizing with the anomaly's frequency, amplifying it." Valerius realized the horrifying truth. The cultists weren't just drawn here by some vague spiritual calling. They were being actively used, or they were willingly participating. They were a choir, their collective psychic energy, their focused intent being harnessed by the anomaly, adding to its power, helping it to pry open the sealed fissure. The call of the void was not just a passive influence. It was actively recruiting, and its new disciples were working to herald its full, terrifying arrival. They were no longer just observers of the anomaly's spread. They were standing at the epicenter of its next major offensive. Chapter 21: The Choir of Unmaking. The chanting of the Whispering Way cultists grew louder, a hypnotic, ululating drone that seemed to bypass their ears and resonate directly in their bones, much like the ancient chanting of the old ones, but cruder, more raw, laced with a disturbing, ecstatic fervor. It rose from a nearby valley, hidden from their direct sight by a ridge, but Thorne's instruments showed a significant concentration of bioenergetic signatures in that direction. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of people. "They're performing some kind of ritual," Thorne said, his face pale as he watched the readings on his monitor fluctuate wildly. "Their collective emotional state. It's creating a coherent psychic field, and it's interacting with the anomaly's projection. It's like they're tuning it, focusing it even more precisely on the fissure. Human amplifiers, Cole growled, checking the load in his pistol. Fanatics. They have any idea what they're messing with. They probably think they're achieving enlightenment, becoming one with their pattern, Valeria said grimly. She remembered the blissful, vacant expressions on the faces of the cultists she had seen in news reports, the way they spoke of the beautiful silence of unmaking. They were not just tools, they were willing participants, welcoming their own dissolution and ours along with it. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, not with the sharp, jarring jolts of a typical earthquake, but with a slow, rhythmic pulse, like the heartbeat of some immense, awakening beast. The air crackled with static electricity, and the faint, unhealthy luminescence from the twisted flora around their camp intensified, casting eerie, dancing shadows. The energy levels at the fissure site are spiking, Rena warned, her voice tight with anxiety. It's approaching critical. If this continues, the seal won't hold. Whatever is trying to come through. Valerius knew they couldn't let that happen. They couldn't fight the anomaly itself, not directly. But perhaps they could disrupt its human choir. If they could break the cultists' concentration, interrupt their ritual, it might buy them some time, might lessen the force being directed at the fissure. It was a desperate, almost suicidal plan. 4 of them against hundreds of religious fanatics, in a landscape already saturated with anomalous energy. Cole, Valerius said, her voice surprisingly steady. How well do you know this area? Is there a way to get to that valley without a direct assault? Cole frowned, thinking. Dragomir mentioned old game trails, trappers' paths might be overgrown, hard to find, but it could get us to a vantage point above them. If they're all focused on their chanting, they might not be expecting visitors from above. It's our only chance, Valerius decided. Thorn, Rena, stay here, monitor the fissure if it breaches. If anything comes through, get out. Evacuate to the fallback point we designated. Don't wait for us. Thorn nodded, his face grim. Understood, but Genova, be careful, the psychic field down there. It will be intense. It could overwhelm you. Rena simply squeezed Valerius's arm, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and fierce loyalty. Come back, she whispered. Valerius and Cole, armed with Cole's pistol, a hunting rifle Valerius had acquired, and their shared, grim determination set off into the rapidly darkening twilight. The rhythmic pulsing of the ground continued, a constant, unnerving drumbeat accompanying the cultists' frenzied chanting. The whispers seemed to ride on the waves of the chant, more insistent now, more seductive. Join the song, the beautiful unmaking. Shed the flesh, become the pattern. Valerius focused on Kaelin's equations, on the crystalline structure of the Nidus rock, anything to anchor her mind against the insidious psychic assault. Cole, beside her, moved with a predatory silence, his senses on high alert, his face a mask of cold fury. He was not just fighting an anomaly anymore. He was fighting the madness it inspired in his own species. After a grueling hour of scrambling through dense, twisted undergrowth and up steep, rocky inclines, following paths that seemed more animal than human, They reached the ridge overlooking the valley. What they saw below took their breath away. The valley floor was a natural amphitheater, and in its center, hundreds of figures, cloaked and hooded, swayed and chanted around a vast bonfire. But this was no ordinary fire. The flames burned with an unnatural violet light, and from them, tendrils of black smoke, or perhaps pure shadow, curled upwards, coalescing into strange, shifting symbols that mirrored the anomaly's geometry. The cultists were arranged in concentric circles, their voices rising and falling in a complex hypnotic rhythm. At the very center, near the violet fire, stood a taller figure, its arms outstretched, its voice leading the chant, amplified by some unseen means. This was clearly their leader, their high priest of unmaking. And all around them the air shimmered, not with the opalescent beauty of the anomaly's veil, but with a sickening, greasy distortion, as if reality itself were becoming thin, stretched, about to tear. Thorn had been right. Their collective psychic energy was creating a powerful, focused field. But there was something else. As Valerius watched, her blood running cold, she saw faint, translucent shapes moving among the cultists. Tall, slender, matte black figures, the failed ascendants. They were not attacking the cultists. They were feeding. Drifting through the ecstatic, chanting crowd, their shadowy forms passing through the living, and with each passage Valerius could see a faint, shimmering energy being drawn from the cultists, absorbed into the ascendants, void-like bodies. The cultists, lost in their fervor, seemed oblivious, or perhaps they welcomed this parasitic communion. They're empowering the ascendants too, Valerius whispered, horrified. This ritual, it's not just focused on the fissure, it's a feast for everything that crawled out of that hellhole. Cole swore under his breath. So we disrupt the choir, we might also piss off those shadow things. We don't have a choice, Valerius said, her gaze fixed on the leader by the violet fire. If we can take him out, break their focus, it might be enough to stop the energy buildup at the fissure. It was a sniper's shot from a difficult position, in failing light, at a target surrounded by hundreds of fanatics and psychic horrors. And their sniper was a scientist with only rudimentary firearms training. "I can't guarantee a clean shot, Doc," Cole said, his voice low, as he carefully unslung the hunting rifle and handed it to her. "But you're steadier than I am right now." His hands, she noticed, were trembling slightly, not from fear, but from rage from the alcohol he'd been using to numb his own ghosts. Valerius took the rifle. Its cold, hard reality was a small anchor in the swirling madness. She found a relatively stable rock to use as a rest, sighted down the scope, and tried to find the cult leader in the flickering, violet light. Her heart hammered against her ribs. The whispers were a roar in her mind now, trying to distract her, to seduce her. The ground pulsed beneath her. One shot, she told herself. One shot to buy the world a little more time. She centered the crosshairs on the distant, robed figure, took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 22. Dissonance Cascade. The rifle cracked, the sound sharp and clean, momentarily cutting through the hypnotic drone of the cultists chanting. Valerius watched through the scope, her breath held as the bullet sped across the valley. For a fraction of a second, she thought she'd missed. The robed leader by the violet fire didn't react. Then a dark stain blossomed on the leader's chest. The figure staggered, its arms flailing. The amplified voice which had been leading the chant broke off into a choked, gurgling cry. The leader swayed, then crumpled to the ground beside the unholy fire. A moment of stunned silence fell over the valley. The hundreds of chanting voices faltered, then died away, replaced by a confused, discordant murmur. The rhythmic pulsing of the ground beneath Valerius's feet stuttered, losing its coherence. "Target down," Cole hissed, his voice tight with a mixture of triumph and trepidation. "Now let's see what the congregation does." The effect on the cultists was instantaneous and chaotic. Deprived of their leader, their focal point, the intricate psychic structure they had been building collapsed. The greasy shimmer in the air above them flickered violently, then began to dissipate. Some cultists simply stopped swaying, looking around in bewildered confusion, as if waking from a deep trance. Others cried out in fear or anger. A few, the more fanatical, began to shriek, their voices raw with a sense of violation. The failed ascendants, deprived of the focused psychic energy they had been feeding on, also reacted. They let out a collective, silent hiss of frustration that Valerius felt as a wave of cold despair. Some of them simply faded, their forms dissolving as their energy source dwindled. Others, however, turned their attention towards the now disorganized cultists, their hunger undiminished. Shadowy tendrils lashed out, and screams of genuine terror, not ecstatic fervor, began to echo through the valley as the ascendants sought a more direct, forceful means of sustenance. "It worked," Valerius breathed, lowering the rifle, her hands shaking. "We broke their ritual." But their victory was short-lived. From their temporary base camp on the ridge above, a frantic voice crackled over the radio Cole carried. It was Rena. "Dr. Valerius, Cole, the energy levels at the fissure. They're not decreasing there. They're spiking, wildly. The pattern is completely destabilized." Valerius grabbed the radio. "Rena, what do you mean? We stopped the chanting." "I know, but it's like. The anomaly was using their focused energy, but now that it's gone, it's lashing out, the projection is. It's tearing itself apart. The ground tremors here are violent, the fissure. God, the fissure is glowing." Valerius exchanged a horrified look with Cole. Their attempt to disrupt the anomaly's plan had backfired. Instead of a controlled, focused breach, they had triggered a chaotic, uncontrolled energy surge. They had kicked the hornet's nest, and now the swarm was truly enraged. The ground beneath them on the ridge began to shake violently, not with the rhythmic pulse from before, but with sharp, unpredictable jolts. Loose rocks tumbled around them. The violet bonfire in the valley below flared, then exploded outwards in a shower of sickly purple sparks, scattering the panicked cultists and the predatory ascendants. "We need to get back to Thorn and Rena," Valerius yelled over the growing roar from the direction of the fissure. "If that thing blows." They scrambled back down the treacherous game trail, the sounds of chaos erupting behind them in the valley screams, the guttural roars of what might have been stone eaters joining the fray, the chilling hisses of the ascendants. They had unleashed pandemonium. When they finally stumbled back into their makeshift camp, the scene was one of utter devastation. The old meteorological station was partially collapsed. Equipment was scattered, broken. Thorn lay on the ground, groaning, a nasty gash on his forehead. Rena was trying to help him, her face white with terror. "What happened?" Cole demanded, rushing to Thorn's side. "Massive energy discharge from the fissure," Thorn gasped, clutching his head. "The ground, it just erupted the shockwave." Rena pointed a trembling finger towards the Viridian exclusion zone. "Look." Valerius looked, and her blood ran cold. Where the fissure had been, where the mountainside had been sealed by their desperate avalanche, there was now a column of pure, incandescent light, thicker, brighter, more terrifying than anything the Lumina Warden had produced. It punched miles into the night sky, a beacon of raw, unmaking energy, pulsing with an unholy rhythm. The ground around it was a wasteland of scorched earth and molten rock. The very air seemed to warp and twist in its vicinity. The anomaly had breached. Not a subtle seep, not a focused projection. This was a full-scale invasion of their reality. It's a gateway," Valerius whispered, horrified. "A stable two-way gateway." As they watched, transfixed in terror, shapes began to emerge from the column of light. Not the ethereal forms of wardens or weavers. These were physical, massive, chitinous limbs studded with glowing, malevolent eyes, writhing tentacles that tasted the air, geometries that defied Euclidean space, yet possessed a horrifying, tangible solidity. Things that belonged in the deepest, most primal nightmares of humanity. Things that the old ones had perhaps dreamed into existence, now given form and passage into their world. We made it worse," Rena sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "We made it so much worse." Valerius felt a crushing weight of despair. Their desperate gamble had failed catastrophically. They hadn't just failed to contain the anomaly. They had ripped open a wound in the fabric of reality, unleashing horrors beyond their comprehension. The whispers returned, no longer seductive or subtle, but a roaring, triumphant chorus that filled the air, filled their minds. "The pattern is manifest. The unmaking begins. All will be one." The ground around the column of light began to change, to transform. The rock flowed like liquid, reforming into alien, impossible structures. The twisted flora spread with unnatural speed, its unhealthy luminescence painting the landscape in ghastly hues. The Viridian anomaly was no longer just an energetic phenomenon. It was terraforming their world, remaking it in its own nightmarish image. And the entities emerging from the light, they were not just random horrors. They moved with a purpose, a direction. Some began to spread out into the surrounding wilderness, their guttural roars and alien screeches echoing through the mountains. Others, however, turned their attention directly towards the remnants of the meteorological station, towards the 4 terrified humans who had dared to interfere. They were being hunted. Chapter 23: The Last Stand of the Doomed. The creatures emerging from the light were a legion of nightmares. Valerius's mind, trained in the categorization of the natural world, struggled to even process their forms. There were insectoid behemoths with razor-sharp mandibles and too many eyes. their chitinous armor shimmering with oily, unnatural colors. Gelatinous, amoeboid things that flowed across the ground, absorbing rock and vegetation, leaving trails of gray slime. Flying entities like gargantuan, leathery moths, their wings beating with a sound that induced nausea, their underbellies lined with suckers that dripped corrosive ichor. And worse, things that had no name, no earthly counterpart, shapes that seemed to shift and writhe in defiance of stable geometry. This was not just an incursion, it was an exodus. The anomaly was emptying its horrors into their world. "We have to get out of here," Cole yelled, dragging the dazed Thorn to his feet. He fired his pistol at one of the closer insectoid creatures, a beast the size of a small car, its multifaceted eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. The bullet sparked harmlessly off its thick carapace. "Damn it! My pea shooter won't even scratch these things." The creature let out a chittering screech and charged, its powerful legs tearing up the earth. Valerius, her mind numb with a mixture of terror and a strange, fatalistic clarity, grabbed the hunting rifle. She remembered the effect it had on the cult leader. These things were physical, tangible. Perhaps they could be hurt, even if not easily. She took aim at one of the creature's glowing eyes and fired. The bullet struck true. The eye exploded in a shower of ichor and shattered crystal. The insectoid beast shrieked, a sound that vibrated in Valerius's teeth, and staggered, its charge momentarily disrupted. It thrashed its massive head, its remaining eyes blazing with increased fury. "It felt that," Cole shouted. "Doc, keep firing. Rena, help me with Thorn. We need to get to the vehicle." Their battered ATV, their only hope of escape, was parked a few hundred yards away, partially hidden in a grove of twisted, luminescent trees. Reaching it seemed an impossible task, with a horde of alien monstrosities now converging on their position. What followed was a desperate, chaotic fighting retreat. Valerius fired the rifle again and again, aiming for eyes, for joints, for any apparent vulnerability in the creature's alien anatomies. Her shots sometimes found their mark, causing shrieks of pain, momentary stumbles, but rarely a kill. There were too many of them. Cole, using his body as a shield, half-carried, half-dragged Thorn, occasionally firing his pistol in a futile attempt to drive back the smaller, skittering horrors that nipped at their heels. Rena, armed with a heavy wrench she'd grabbed from their toolkit, swung it with desperate ferocity at anything that came too close. The whispers were a constant, deafening roar in their minds, a triumphant symphony of unmaking. Valerius could feel her own thoughts beginning to fragment, her sense of self eroding under the relentless psychic assault. The anomaly wasn't just attacking them physically. It was trying to absorb them, to dissolve their consciousness into its vast, alien awareness. They were a stone's throw from the ATV when a massive, tentacled creature, something like a land-bound squid with far too many grasping appendages, erupted from the earth directly in their path. Its slick, rubbery hide was covered in pulsating, bioluminescent patterns, and a gaping, circular maw, lined with rows of needle-sharp teeth, opened in what might have been its head. "No way through," Cole yelled, pushing Thorn and Rena behind him. He emptied his pistol into the creature's pulsating hide, the bullets thudding uselessly into its flesh. The tentacled horror lunged, one of its powerful appendages whipping out, wrapping around Cole's leg. He cried out in pain as the tentacle tightened, lifting him off the ground. "Cole!" Valeria screamed. She fired the rifle at the creature's maw, but the bullet ricocheted off its tough, rubbery flesh. The creature brought Cole closer to its gaping mouth. Valerius could see the terror in his eyes, but also a grim, defiant resolve. With his free hand, he fumbled at his belt, pulled out his heavy combat knife, a mundane piece of steel, but all he had left, and plunged it deep into the tentacle that held him. The creature shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and its grip loosened momentarily. Cole fell heavily to the ground, but he was not free. Other tentacles were already lashing out. "Get to the vehicle," Cole roared at them, struggling to rise, his leg clearly broken. "Get Thorn out of here. That's an order, Doc." Valerius hesitated, her heart tearing. She couldn't leave him. "Go," Cole screamed as another tentacle wrapped around his torso. Tell them what you saw, make them believe." He met her eyes, a final, desperate plea. Then he was lifted again, drawn inexorably towards that horrifying, tooth-filled maw. With a sob, Valerius turned. Rena was already trying to get Thorn into the ATV's passenger seat. Valerius scrambled into the driver's seat, her hands shaking so violently she could barely grip the keys. She fumbled them into the ignition, twisted. The engine sputtered, coughed, then, blessedly, roared to life. She didn't look back. She couldn't. She slammed the ATV into gear and gunned the engine, sending the vehicle lurching forward, away from the sounds of Cole's final, defiant screams and the triumphant, guttural roar of the tentacled horror. They careened through the twisted, luminescent forest, Rena clinging on beside her, Thorn unconscious or perhaps mercifully dead in the back. Creatures from the anomaly pursued them, their alien screeches echoing through the trees. Valerius drove with a reckless abandon born of pure terror and a blinding, all-consuming grief. Branches scraped against the vehicle, rocks bounced off its undercarriage. Several times, skittering, insectoid things leaped onto the ATV, only to be thrown off by Valerius's violent, desperate maneuvers or Rena's flailing wrench. The column of light from the breached fissure, the gateway to this invading hell, receded behind them, but its unholy glow painted the entire sky, a constant reminder of the cataclysm they had unleashed. After what felt like an eternity of panicked flight, the pursuit began to thin. The larger creatures, less agile, fell behind. Only the smaller, faster horrors continued to nip at their heels. Valerius pushed the battered ATV to its limits, its engine screaming in protest. Finally, as the first, sickly light of a dawn tainted by the anomaly's glow began to filter through the trees, they broke free of the immediate pursuit. They were battered, bruised, their vehicle on its last legs, but they were, for the moment, alive. Valerius brought the ATV to a shuddering halt in a small clearing, miles from the breached fissure. She cut the engine, and a profound, ringing silence descended, broken only by their ragged, gasping breaths and Rena's quiet sobs. Thorn was dead, a stray piece of shrapnel from one of the anomaly's initial energy blasts, or perhaps a blow sustained during the chaotic retreat, had killed him. His eyes stared blankly at the unnatural sky. Valeria slumped over the steering wheel, her body racked with tremors, her mind a maelstrom of grief, guilt, and an overwhelming, crushing despair. Cole, Hanson, Mikita, Sharma, Thorne, all gone, sacrificed. And for what? They had tried to understand, to contain, to fight, and they had only made everything infinitely worse. She had wanted to warn the world, but what warning could possibly prepare anyone for this? What defense could humanity mount against an entire reality bleeding into theirs, bringing with it horrors that defied imagination? Rena touched her arm, her face pale, streaked with tears and grime, but her eyes held a flicker of grim resolve. "Dr. Valerius," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Cole," he said, "tell them, make them believe." Make them believe. Valerius raised her head. The unholy light of the breached anomaly still pulsed on the horizon, a malignant star heralding a new, terrifying age. The whispers were still there, a faint, triumphant murmur at the edges of her sanity. She was one of the last, a witness to the unmaking, and somehow, someway, she had to find the strength to carry that testimony back to a world that was about to be consumed. The last stand had failed. The invasion had begun. And all that was left was the desperate, perhaps futile, hope of sounding an alarm before the silence of the pattern enveloped them all. Chapter 24. The Fading Echoes of a World. The journey from the edge of the Viridian cataclysm, for Valerius could no longer think of it as a mere anomaly, was a blur of fear, exhaustion, and a numbing, all-encompassing grief. The ATV, miraculously, held together long enough to get them out of the immediate shadow of the Siberian mountains and onto a desolate, rarely used service road. From there, it was a long, agonizing trek on foot, avoiding contact. Rena's quiet fortitude the only thing that kept Valerius from succumbing to utter despair. They eventually reached a remote railway line, hopping a freight train that carried them, slowly and arduously, back towards the fringes of a civilization that seemed impossibly fragile, impossibly naive, from Valerius's new, horrified perspective. When they finally made contact with what remained of their agency contacts, those who hadn't dismissed them as rogue or insane, their story was met with a mixture of disbelief, terror, and a chilling, bureaucratic paralysis. The breach was too big, the implications too catastrophic. No government, no organization was prepared to deal with an invasion from another dimension. The official narrative shifted again. The geological event at the Viridian exclusion zone was now a catastrophic, localized eco-disaster, the nature of which was still under investigation. The area was cordoned off by an international military task force, but Valerius knew it was a futile gesture. The breach was not a leak to be plugged. It was a cancer that was already metastasizing. The world began to change, subtly at first, then with increasing, undeniable speed. The GLUS dreams became an epidemic, the whispers a constant background hum for a significant portion of the population. The Whispering Way cults, once a fringe phenomenon, now swelled in numbers, their message of serene surrender finding a terrifying appeal in a world gripped by a growing, inexplicable anxiety. The cultists were no longer just chanting in remote valleys. They were marching in cities, their vacant eyes and beatific smiles a chilling harbinger of the spreading psychic contagion. Incidents of mass hysteria, spontaneous violence, and inexplicable disappearances became commonplace. Strange, unidentifiable flora began to appear in remote areas, its luminescent alien beauty a stark contrast to its clearly unnatural origins. The weather patterns grew increasingly erratic, storms of unprecedented violence lashing coastlines, while other regions fell into prolonged, unnatural droughts. The sky itself seemed different. The colors at dawn and dusk were too vivid, too unsettling, tinged with the same unhealthy violet and crimson hues Valerius had seen within the anomaly. She and Rena tried to sound the alarm, to present their data, Kalen's equations, their eyewitness accounts. They were largely dismissed. Some called them prophets of doom, others traumatized conspiracy theorists. The scientific community, for the most part, clung to rational explanations, to conventional paradigms, unable or unwilling to accept the terrifying truth that the fundamental laws of their reality were being rewritten. A few listened. A scattered handful of scientists, of military personnel, of rogue intellectuals who had also seen the cracks appearing in the facade of the world. They formed a small, clandestine resistance, an arc, as one of them grimly joked against the coming flood. Valerius, with her first-hand knowledge, became their reluctant figurehead. They worked in secret, pooling their limited resources, trying to understand the enemy, to find a weakness, a defense. Valerius focused on the nidus rock on the keeper's knife, if Dragomir still possessed it wherever he was. The concept of cross-dimensional impedance, of resonant nullification, became their desperate hope. If they could synthesize the nidus crystal or find a way to replicate its dampening effect on a large scale. But the anomaly was learning, adapting. The creatures that had emerged from the breach, initially a chaotic horde, were now exhibiting a disturbing level of coordination, a collective intelligence. They were not just rampaging. They were actively transforming the environment, creating pockets of their own alien reality, pattern nests that spread like a disease across the landscape. And within these nests, human captives, those not immediately consumed or unwritten, were being changed. Their bodies warped into grotesque parodies of the anomaly's entities, their minds absorbed into its growing, collective consciousness. Dragomir finally reappeared. He found Valerius in their hidden research facility, a converted Cold War bunker. He was gaunt, his eyes holding the infinite weariness of a man who had stared too long into the abyss, but he was alive, and he carried the keeper's knife. "It called to me," he said, his voice a low rasp. "The pattern, it remembers the blade, it fears it." He laid the knife on Valerius's workbench. The keeper was a conduit, his maps. They were not just of the anomaly, they were of its future, its expansion. Dragomir had not been idle. He had been tracking the spread of the anomaly, observing its methods, its horrors. He brought news of other breaches, smaller, more subtle, appearing in geologically or psychically weak spots around the globe. The Viridian cataclysm was just the primary infection point. The world as they knew it was dying, not in a sudden, fiery apocalypse, but in a slow, creeping unraveling, a dissonant symphony of encroaching madness and alien transformation. Cities still stood, governments still functioned, people still went about their daily lives, but it was a facade, a fragile illusion maintained over a spreading, existential rot. The whispers were everywhere now, the dreams inescapable. The sky wept alien colors. Valerius looked at Kalen's equations, at the strange, dark knife, at the spectral analysis of the Nidus rock. They were so close to understanding, to finding a way to fight back, to create a shield, a sanctuary. But the anomaly was moving too fast, its influence too pervasive. Rena, her face pale, her eyes holding a permanent shadow of the GLUS dreams, brought Valerius a printout. The latest satellite imagery from the Viridian Zone, Genova, she said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. The, the light column, it's pulsing like a heartbeat, and the pattern nests, they're resonating with it, all of them, globally. Valerius looked at the images. The central breach was no longer just a gateway, it was a heart, pumping the anomaly's influence into the veins of their world. And the nests, they were becoming anchors, focal points for a full-scale dimensional overlay. The final stage of the unmaking was beginning. Humanity's desperate, dissonant song was fading, about to be overwhelmed by the silent, unified, terrible harmony of the pattern. The echoes of their world were growing fainter, and soon there would be only the anomaly's eternal alien silence. Or so it seemed. For even in the face of such an overwhelming cosmic horror, the spark of human resistance, however small, however doomed, refused to be entirely extinguished. Chapter 25, The Last Equation. The pulsing of the Viridian breach, the heartbeat of the anomaly, as Rena had grimly dubbed it, was a death knell for the old world. With each throb, the pattern nests expanded, the whispers intensified, and the fabric of reality grew thinner, more pliable to the anomaly's invasive energies. Strange, localized phenomena became commonplace. Gravity fluctuations, time distortions, spontaneous transmutations of matter. The laws of physics were becoming suggestions rather than rules. Valerius and her small arc of scientists worked with a feverish desperation born of impending doom. Dragomir's return and the Keeper's knife provided a crucial piece of the puzzle. The knife, when analyzed, possessed a unique atomic structure, an impossible alloy that seemed to actively negate entropic fields, to stabilize quantum states. It was, in essence, an anchor of reality. If the Nidus rock is a shield, Valerius theorized, her voice hoarse from lack of sleep, her mind racing on caffeine and adrenaline, then this knife, it's a weapon, or a tuning fork. It doesn't just dampen the anomaly, it actively disrupts its coherence. Their goal became clear, however improbable. They needed to create a dissonance cascade. Kalen had theorized that the anomaly, for all its power, was a coherent, resonant system, a pattern. If they could introduce a powerful enough counter-resonance, a signal that was anathema to its fundamental frequency, they might be able to disrupt it, to shatter its coherence, perhaps even to force it back into its own dimension, or at least to sever its hold on theirs. The Keeper's knife was the key to that counter-frequency. The Nidus rock, if they could synthesize enough of it or find a way to amplify its properties, could create the stable field necessary to broadcast such a signal. The challenge was monumental. They were a handful of renegades, working with scavenged equipment in a crumbling bunker, while the world outside dissolved into chaos. Governments were collapsing, their authority replaced by the martial law of overwhelmed militaries or the serene, terrifying order of the Whispering Way cults, who now actively assisted the Anomaly's terraforming efforts, seeing themselves as heralds of a new, purified world. The Anomaly's entities, the insectoid horrors, the tentacled abominations, the silent, watchful failed ascendants, roamed freely in the expanding pattern nests, which were becoming no-go zones for anyone still clinging to their humanity. Communication with the outside world was sporadic, unreliable. They were on their own. Rena, her mind increasingly touched by the GLUS dreams, but also possessing a strange, intuitive understanding of the Anomaly's language, became invaluable in deciphering Kalen's final, most complex equations. She saw patterns in his scrawled notes that Valerius, with her classical scientific training, had missed. He wasn't just trying to understand the anomaly, Genova, Rena said one day, her eyes alight with a feverish, almost unsettling clarity. He was trying to find its name, its true vibrational signature, the one chord that could unravel it. Days bled into nights. They worked, slept in shifts, ate rationed food, the constant thrum of the Anomaly's heartbeat a reminder of their dwindling time. Dragomir, ever the pragmatist, focused on fortifying their bunker, on scavenging supplies, on teaching the scientists the rudiments of survival and self-defense. He knew that even if they found a scientific solution, they would have to survive long enough to deploy it. And then Rena found it. Buried deep in Kalen's most abstract calculations, cross-referenced with the Keeper's mad cartography and the unique resonant signature of Dragomir's knife, was a single, elegant, terrifying equation. It was, Kalen had theorized, the null harmonic of the Viridian anomaly. The precise frequency and waveform that, if generated with sufficient power and within a stable null field, could theoretically trigger a dissonance cascade, unraveling the pattern's hold on their dimension. "This is it," Rena whispered, her voice trembling as she showed it to Valerius. "Kalen's last gift, the song that ends the silence." Valerius stared at the equation. It was beautiful in its terrible simplicity. It felt right, but generating it, deploying it, seemed impossible. They would need a massive power source, a way to amplify the Nidus crystal's properties on an unprecedented scale, and a delivery system that could reach the heart of the Viridian breach itself. As if the anomaly sensed their breakthrough, its pressure intensified. The bunker's defenses began to fail. Strange, luminescent fungi, identical to those from the anomaly, began to sprout on the damp concrete walls. The whispers became a deafening chorus, punctuated by the guttural roars of hunting entities drawing closer. The heartbeat of the breach quickened. "It knows," Dragomir said, his face grim as he returned from a scouting mission, his clothes torn, fresh wounds on his arms. "The pattern nests are converging. They're coming for us, for the knife. For this," he gestured towards the equation. They were out of time to build. They had to use what they had. Their only hope was to get to the Viridian breach itself, to the very heart of the invading reality, and somehow deploy Kaelin's null harmonic there, using the Keeper's knife as the focal point, the nidus crystals they possessed as a minimal shield, and their own collective will as the amplifier. It was a suicide mission, more so than any they had undertaken before. They were four desperate souls against an invading dimension, but it was their only chance, not just for themselves, but for whatever remained of their world. Valerius looked at Rena, whose eyes burned with a strange mixture of fear and ecstatic purpose. She looked at Dragomir, his face set in a mask of grim resolve, the Keeper's knife already in his hand. She thought of Cole, of Hansen, of Makita, of all those who had been lost. Their sacrifices could not be for nothing. "All right," Valerius said, her voice quiet but firm, echoing Kaelin's final acceptance. "Let's go sing them Kaelin's song." Their final journey into the heart of a world being unmade had begun. They were no longer just trying to survive the anomaly. They were going to try and silence it, armed with one last, desperate equation. Chapter 26: The Heart of the Unmaking. The journey to the Viridian Breach was a descent into a fully realized nightmare. The landscape for hundreds of miles around the original fissure was now an alien hellscape, a pattern blight, as Thorne would have called it. The sky was a permanent, sickly violet, rent by silent, internal lightning. The ground flowed and buckled with unnatural geometries. The flora was a riot of pulsating, carnivorous fungi and trees that wept molten shadow. And the air was thick with the anomaly's entities, a swirling, chittering, roaring ecosystem of horrors. Their modified, armored vehicle, Dragomir's final gift of pragmatic defense, pushed through this blighted land, a tiny island of precarious sanity in an ocean of madness. Valerius drove, her knuckles white on the wheel, her focus absolute. Rena, beside her, murmured Kaelin's equation like a mantra, her fingers tracing its symbols on a datapad, her mind seemingly the only thing capable of holding its terrible coherence in the face of the anomaly's overwhelming psychic static. Dragomir, in the back, was a silent, watchful sentinel, the Keeper's knife held ready, its dark surface seeming to absorb the surrounding chaos, creating a small pocket of stillness around them. The whispers were a physical force here, battering against their minds, promising oblivion, unity, release. Valerius could feel her own consciousness fraying, memories and thoughts becoming jumbled, her sense of self wavering. Only the stark, cold logic of Kaelin's equation and Rena's constant, quiet recitation of it kept her anchored. As they drew closer to the breach, the heartbeat of the anomaly became a palpable, physical force, shaking the vehicle, vibrating in their bones. The column of incandescent light that was the gateway pulsed with an unbearable intensity, and from it, a constant stream of new, even more grotesque entities poured forth, spreading out to join the terraforming of their world. They saw other humans, or what had once been humans. Some were cultists, their bodies now horribly twisted, their faces masks of ecstatic agony as they willingly served the anomaly's entities, their consciousness long since subsumed into the pattern. Others were captives, their forms undergoing the slow, horrifying transmutation Valerius had witnessed with Sharma, their silent screams adding to the psychic cacophony. This was what awaited their world if they failed. Their destination was a jagged peak overlooking the breach, a place Kalen's equations had identified as a resonant node, a point where the dimensional barrier was thinnest, where their desperate broadcast would have the greatest chance of penetrating the anomaly's core. Reaching it was a battle in itself. They dodged lumbering behemoths, outran skittering swarms, Dragomir occasionally using the keeper's knife with deadly precision to sever a grasping tentacle, to disrupt a pursuing energy signature, buying them precious seconds. The vehicle died a mile from the peak, its engine choked by the anomaly's corrosive atmosphere, its tires dissolved by alien slime. They continued on foot, a desperate, stumbling climb through a landscape that defied sanity. Finally, bruised, bleeding, their minds reeling from the psychic assault, they reached the summit. Below them, the Viridian breach pulsed, a wound in reality, the heart of the unmaking. The air here was so charged with raw, chaotic energy that Valerius could taste ozone and something else, something like burning thoughts. Rena, her face pale but her eyes burning with an almost inhuman intensity, set up their makeshift broadcasting device, a collection of scavenged tech, powered by their last remaining energy cells, focused through the few nidus crystals Valerius had managed to preserve. It was a pitiful thing against the immensity of the breach, but it was all they had. "The knife, Dragomir," Rena said, her voice a strained whisper. "It's the key, the focal point for Kalen's null harmonic." Dragomir stepped forward, placing the keeper's knife into a cradle at the heart of Rena's device. As it settled, the dark blade seemed to come alive, a deep, resonant hum emanating from it, a note of pure, absolute stillness that momentarily pushed back against the anomaly's overwhelming roar. "It's ready, Genova," Rena said, turning to Valerius. "Kalen's equation. I can hold it in my mind, feed it into the broadcaster, but the initial resonance. It needs a conscious, resisting will to trigger it, to give it form against the pattern, someone who has seen the anomaly's worst and still chooses to defy it." Her gaze was unwavering. "That has to be you." Valerius understood. Rena, for all her intuitive connection to the anomaly, was too close to it, her mind already too intertwined with its patterns. Dragomir was a warrior, a survivor, but his strength was in physical resistance, not the complex mental discipline required. Kalen had been the catalyst before. Now it had to be her. She had to pour her grief, her rage, her defiance, her desperate hope for humanity into this one final act. She placed her hands on the broadcasting device, her fingers brushing against the cool, humming surface of the keeper's knife. She closed her eyes, shutting out the horrifying vista of the breach, and focused her mind, her entire being, on Kalen's last equation. She visualized its elegant, terrible beauty, felt its inherent truth, its power to unmake the unmaking. The whispers redoubled their assault, sensing her intent, trying to shatter her concentration, to pull her into the comforting oblivion of the pattern. She saw images of her lost friends, heard their voices, felt their pain, their despair. But this time she did not falter. Their memory, their sacrifice, became her shield, her strength. "Now, Rena," Valerius said, her voice calm, clear, resonating with a power she didn't know she possessed. "Sing Kalen's song." Rena began to chant the equation, her voice, at first a hesitant whisper, growing stronger, clearer, weaving Kaelin's null harmonic into a tangible, audible form. The broadcasting device hummed, pulsed, the nidus crystals glowing with a fierce, internal light. The keeper's knife vibrated, its resonant frequency aligning with Rena's chant, with Valerius's focused will. A wave of pure, concentrated dissonance erupted from the device, a silent scream of counter-reality aimed directly at the heart of the Viridian breach. The effect was instantaneous. The pulsing column of light that was the breach faltered. Its rhythm stuttered, broke. The triumphant roar of the whispers turned into a shriek of cosmic agony, of disbelief. The entities pouring from the gateway stumbled, their forms wavering, some dissolving into ichor and static. The very ground beneath them groaned, not with the anomaly's heartbeat, but with a deep, structural tearing. The pattern was being disrupted. Valerius poured more of herself into the broadcast, her mind locked with Kaelin's equation, her will a burning brand against the anomaly's vast, alien consciousness. She felt a tearing within herself, as if her own essence were being consumed by the effort, but she held on. The breach pulsed erratically, its light flickering, dimming. The connection between the two realities was fraying. The dissonance cascade was working. Then from the heart of the dying breach, a final, immense wave of pure, malevolent energy surged outwards, not an attack of physical destruction, but a wave of pure, focused despair, of existential nullity, aimed directly at the source of its unmaking, at Valerius, Rena, and Dragomir. It was the anomaly's death throe, its final, desperate attempt to silence the song that was unraveling it. Chapter 27, A New Silence, a Different Scar. The wave of concentrated despair hit them with the force of a psychic supernova. Valerius felt her consciousness shatter, her carefully constructed mental defenses obliterated. It was not pain, but an absolute, soul-crushing emptiness, a vision of an infinite, meaningless void where all hope, all meaning, all existence was a cruel, fleeting illusion. The universe was a cold, dead thing, and their struggle, their sacrifices were utterly, laughably insignificant. She felt herself falling, dissolving, her identity unraveling into the cold, indifferent entropy the anomaly represented at its core. This was the true unmaking. But even as she plunged into that abyss, a tiny, defiant spark remained. Kaelin's equation, the memory of her friends, the stubborn, illogical human refusal to simply cease. It was a flicker, almost extinguished, but it was there. And then another presence, Dragomir. He had thrown himself in front of Valerius and Rena, the keeper's knife held aloft, not as a weapon, but as a shield, a defiant sigil against the nihilistic tide. The dark blade glowed with an internal, white-hot intensity, absorbing the brunt of the anomaly's dying curse, its ancient, star-forged alloy the only thing in existence capable of withstanding such a torrent of pure despair. The knife hummed, vibrated then, with a sound like a breaking harp string that echoed in Valerius's soul. It shattered, its fragments dissolving into incandescent dust, its purpose fulfilled, its ancient energy expended. The wave of despair, its focus broken, washed over them, diminished but still potent. Valerius felt Rena collapse beside her, her consciousness finally succumbing. Dragomir crumpled, his body smoking faintly where the knife's energy had discharged. Valerius herself was on the verge of oblivion, her mind a fractured ruin. But as the Keeper's knife died, it released something. Not energy, but stillness. The profound, absolute silence of the nidus amplified 1,000-fold, spreading outwards, calming the psychic storm. And Kalen's null harmonic, its broadcast now sputtering, dying, had done its work. The great column of light that was the Viridian breach flickered violently one last time. Then, with a sound like a universe sighing, it imploded. It collapsed in on itself, vanishing, leaving behind only a gaping, scorched wound in the earth, and a sky that was slowly, hesitantly, returning to its natural, familiar blue. The heartbeat of the anomaly was silent. The whispers were gone. The oppressive psychic pressure that had blanketed the world lifted, like a fever breaking. Across the globe, the pattern nests began to unravel. The alien flora withered and died, crumbling into dust. The transformed creatures, deprived of the anomaly's sustaining energy, convulsed, their forms dissolving, their brief, horrifying existence ending. The cultists, their minds suddenly clear of the pattern's influence, looked around in dazed, horrified confusion, the memory of their ecstatic servitude a fresh, raw wound. The GLUS dreams faded. The world, battered, scarred, fundamentally changed, was, for the first time in years, free of the Viridian anomaly's direct, invasive touch. Valerius lay on the scorched earth of the peak, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She was alive, broken perhaps, scarred in ways that would never heal, but alive. Rena stirred beside her, moaning softly, her mind slowly, painfully reasserting itself. Dragomir, miraculously, was also alive, though severely burned, his usual stoicism replaced by a look of profound, weary peace. They had done it. They had sung Kalen's song, and it had indeed ended the silence of the pattern. The aftermath was a world struggling to comprehend, to rebuild. The Viridian cataclysm, the great unmaking, as it came to be known, left indelible scars on the planet and its psyche. Millions were dead or missing or irrevocably changed. Entire regions were uninhabitable, their ecosystems warped beyond recognition. The knowledge that their reality was not unique, not inviolate, that other, hungrier dimensions pressed against their own, was a truth that could not be unlearned. Valerius, Rena, and Dragomir became reluctant heroes. Their story, once dismissed, now pored over, analyzed, debated. They helped guide the global effort to understand what had happened, to develop defenses against future incursions, for they knew the anomaly, though banished, was not destroyed. Its echoes would linger. The pattern was patient. Humanity, humbled and terrified, began the slow, arduous process of healing, of adapting to a new, more dangerous universe. The science Valerius and her arc had pioneered became the foundation of a new field, dimensional defense. The nidus rock, the principles of Kalen's null harmonic, became their shield. Life went on, but it was a different life. A life lived in the shadow of a vast, cosmic horror, a life infused with a new, fragile appreciation for the precariousness of their own existence. The silence that had descended was not the empty, eternal silence of the pattern. It was a new silence, filled with the quiet determination of a species that had stared into the abyss and had, against all odds, found the will to step back. Valerius often walked in the quiet places of the world, listening. The whispers were gone, but she would never forget them. She would never forget the feel of the keeper's knife, the sound of Kalen's equation, the sacrifices of her friends. These were the scars she carried, the price of their fragile, hard-won peace. The pattern was a memory now, a haunting echo. But humanity, too, had its echoes, its memories. And in those, Valerius knew, lay their enduring strength, their stubborn refusal to be unwritten. The song had ended, but the story somehow continued. The end.